start. So from now, everything is more or less official. Online participants, I think you all know the drill as well. If you would like to take the floor, raise your hand. In the meantime, keep your microphone muted. Just have control from here, so you can also mute participants remotely, but it's better if you just unmute yourself. So for the on-site participants, yeah, we should use a microphone. There are a bunch of microphones here in the room. It seems to be working, but it's not always as strong for the online participants. So we have some microphones here. We can pass them around. Normally, everybody in this circle who speaks is quite well recorded, but anybody outside, it's a little bit less loud. So then Vera and I will be running around with a microphone. So there are toilets, yeah, there are toilets, that's very good. So the female toilet is there, the male toilet is there. Wi-Fi, you have for the ones here, you have it on the slide. There are a couple of posters around the room with the Wi-Fi connection details. For today, we're going to have some coffee breaks. We'll relax a bit between the good discussions. So the coffee breaks will take place there where the elevator is. It's a hot day. Normally there's no drinks here, but it's going to be a warm day today. And we do have the room with the most windows, so it's going to be potentially warm here as well. So you definitely feel free to drink water here. But for the coffee breaks, most of it will take place there. And for the lunch, we'll go downstairs. We'll try to eat some sandwiches outside. So we also have some fresh air, and it's a bit nicer. I think the same thing as we did last year. All right. That's, I think, all. Indeed, if you are leaving the building, if anybody has to leave the building before the official end date because you have to catch your flight or train or whatever, then you should be joined by some information. Just simply the rules, otherwise the security might make an issue out of it. Good. Now let's start by looking at what is on the agenda for today. So we started a bit late, but I think we're quite good because the policy updates are going to be relatively short. Then we selected two topics that we think are worth going into more detail. Also, the two topics that haven't been sufficiently addressed during the previous monthly meetings. We have Michele with us. He's going to give us an update on the EURAXESS Research Awards. There have been some changes in when it comes to its operations, and many of you are also very much involved with this initiative. So Michele will inform us about what these new changes are about, why we are doing it, how it's going to work, etc. Then a bit later, we're going to have another colleague joining us, Dario Capezzuto. He is the colleague responsible for your policy agenda on research careers. Also, this we haven't updated you on this topic since basically the previous BHO meeting, where these updates were provided in the plenary and were quite generic. So today we will go into a bit more detail. And for both these sessions, we have also left quite some space, quite some time for the Q&A. Then we have a coffee break, and then we have two quite fun presentations between the coffee break and the lunch. As you know, we are having the usual Discover the Network, where during each BHO, two countries are presenting what they are doing within their networks. And this time the turn is to EURAXESS Belgium and EURAXESS Sweden. And then we'll try to finish by 12 o'clock before it gets very busy in this building, so we can secure a nice spots outside. And then we'll be back at 1 hour and a half later. Then early in the afternoon, we're going to have a presentation, a bit of a very short update on the annual conference 2026. Then after that, we're going to have also a short update from EURAXESS Worldwide colleagues from China and Japan, right? And then that will be the part, I would say, where there's going to be moments where I hope the presentations end. And then for the final 2 hours and a half, the idea is very much to have quite open discussions. First, we're going to have a roundtable discussion about what we collect, what is being collected within the national networks. So this is going to be from 2 to 3 o'clock. And then after that, we're going to have a workshop on understanding institutional engagement in EURAXESS. A novelty, I mean, it's not novel anymore, but also what we started doing since the last BHO meeting was to always include this AOB. So this is very much a moment where if anybody wants to bring a topic which you think is important for the network. So please focus on those topics that you think are also relevant for the others. We can raise it during the AOB, or if during the previous discussions we go off topic, and then we can also kind of go back to finish the discussion during this AOB. So if there's anything you think is quite important to still discuss today within this configuration, please let Vera or myself know, and then we will include it. We have 10 minutes. If we don't need it, we don't need it, but it's good to use this moment for any additional discussion. And if all goes well, we should finish by 4:30, and then you are free and you can hopefully enjoy a bit the Belgian, a unique Belgian good weather. And then I guess most of you are also staying for tomorrow for the kickoff meeting of the project. All right. Any AOB somebody already wants to raise? All right. So then I think the agenda is quite complete. Good. So I will start with a couple of updates from the EC, and I think as I mentioned, we have been updating you since basically on a monthly basis. And we are very happy with this approach. We hope you as well. I think like this, we are much more in sync than we were before. But nevertheless, I'll use this opportunity for a couple of other updates. So you also know that we are the unit dealing in Choose Europe. What are the updates? There is, it is now official. We will organize a high-level conference on Choose Europe on the 3rd of December in Munich. You're one of the first ones to actually hear about it. Probably your ministers don't know yet. They'll be also invited. And this is something we are organizing in close cooperation with our German colleagues. We have already Chancellor Merz confirmed, Ursula confirmed. We're going to have a ministerial meeting. So we do expect quite a high-level event. The usual practice of this type of events is that it's also a very good moment to announce things, right? So why I'm already sharing this with you is because you might be involved somehow. So we invite the ministers, we will encourage the member states to see what would be done on that day. From the Commission side, we are working on several things, several novelties in the pipeline, and I think some of them should be ready by then. But we're also going to encourage member states. So you might be also involved in that, because when it comes to supporting researchers, the idea is to go beyond funding only, to also look at other aspects, and that, of course, supporting relocation, retention. These are the topics where EURAXESS plays a very important role, and very much when we're having these Choose Europe discussions with the ministers, and we had one informal ministerial meeting end of March. EURAXESS was brought up in many different ministers. So it could, you might be asked to reflect on some things, to steer internal developments or whatsoever. On the Choose Europe front, from our side, we won't be announcing much between now and then. We really want to have this big bang on the 3rd of December. And in the meantime, what does continue is the communication. So we're starting with the 4th way of communication. So this is something which we are doing with colleagues from DG.com. It is very much mostly a digital campaign. They have found new researchers to interview, make nice videos, all kinds of things. And then there's a much more targeted approach now, where we are very much looking at specific researchers in specific parts of the world to see specific messages on the screen. there's also a much bigger involvement of our science counselors than it was before. But this is very much the communication element of this. And what they're promoting is everything what is being done at the EU level, as well as the 100+ initiatives on EURAXESS, which needs to be updated, which will be updated before the summer as well. So that's a bit to inform you on this. From my side, as I mentioned, we are looking at several things, funding, of course, but also we are going to have amendments to the Horizon Europe work program. There's going to be some bridging actions. This gives us a little bit of freedom to introduce new things. And one of the things we'll be looking very much into is data, life science data, quite some nice databases which are threatened by some developments across the ocean. Most probably we will take over these databases, bring them European servers, give first access to European researchers, things like that. So quite some interesting developments on that front. Then on the ERA policy agenda, I won't go much deeper on that, but we are already, the time is flying. We are already based on the paper halfway, the current ERA policy agenda. So there was last week a meeting in Malta with the ERA forum members. When it comes to the next round of ERA policy agenda, so we are going to have ERA policy agenda 2025, 2027. The main points, actually the two main points that were agreed was that we will not start discussing about follow-up ERA policy agenda until Q1 next year. And I think this is good because you need to focus your time and efforts very much on the current ERA policy agenda. If you start already brainstorming about what's going to be the next package, then one thing at a time. So early next year, the whole discussions will start. I don't think there's going to be much impact on research careers because this is a structural policy. Dario will present more about it. It's a structural policy on the current year policy agenda, which basically says that clearly things that cannot be sorted out in 3 years' time. So I don't expect much, but of course, it's always about what are you going to do. Respect that there should be. And I do expect to have there to be a higher policy agenda research careers also in the next cycle. The discussion is going to be what is going to be the focus on. But I think the most important thing is that things are staying as they are, and only beginning next year we start discussing the details. Then a couple of other updates. It's triggered by the Choose Europe for Science initiative. It's about how to make it easier for researchers and students and innovators to come to Europe. For that, we have engaged with our colleagues working on migration. We have also involved EAC. We start having recurrent meetings where we invite colleagues from the ministries of responsible for education, research, innovation, the usual, but also colleagues responsible for migration. And this might even be extended to some colleagues responsible for taxation, things like that. And the idea is very much to see, for example, how is the students and researchers directly working, what could be done more. There's going to be an omnibus next year. There might be something in the ERA Act already before that for a specific group of researchers. But I want to say there's quite a lot of emphasis being put on creating these smoother legal pathways of immigration. On one hand, we know the Migration Act or Pact, which is quite limiting migration on many different fronts, but at the same time, we are having the same discussions for highly skilled professionals, including researchers, to have this done a bit smoother, of course, respecting research security constraints and so not. On the talent ecosystems, so I think during one of the next monthly meetings, we'll go more into detail about it, where we can very much, maybe spend around 30 minutes on it. But I want to inform you about is that, the talent ecosystems projects, 10 projects, doing a lot of relevant things. And what we are trying to do is to make sure the coordination between the projects is going well. And there are no gaps, no overlaps. There are synergies between the projects. But you can imagine 10 projects, 10 quite large projects. So So there's going to be a clustering event on 29th of September. It's a very good moment to be familiar with it, to educate yourself about the talent ecosystems in general. And even more, it's also going to be a moment to see 29th of September, I think. Yeah, 29th of September. Yeah, 29th of September. Yeah. And it's also a good moment to see who's doing what, but also, yeah, to see the with outcomes hopefully will result in better recognition. Then what else do we have here? RACO survey. So you know that in December we launched the European Research and Innovation Careers Observatory. It took us almost 2 years to get this done with OECD. Data is flowing to the OECD. And what was published in December last year was everything what we had, which was relying on the data that was already there. Right. Now there are still quite some gaps on RACO. If you compare it with more for studies, it still lacks a lot of detail when it comes to quite some specific topics we want to know more about. So OECD and the Commission are going to do this annual survey to fill the gaps, lighter than the more studies, definitely more digital. And this survey has to very much start in the next weeks. Once it starts, we will also share information with the network if we can raise awareness of it. We need a lot of researchers from across Europe to complete it. Then perhaps on a topic we haven't been much talking about, which is Science Comes to Town. It's a file we are responsible for in our team. Before, if you remember, in Katowice, it was European City of Science. Katowice, European City of Science, and 2022 was European City of Science in Leiden, and then we had Toulouse, and Italy was between that during the COVID. We have decided not to support this approach anymore because I think somebody if you were at Katowice or before, this type of events don't seem to attract any more large audiences, and this is also not very much a European thing. If you're looking at AAAS in the US, it also is seeing a huge decline in number of participants. We still have nice rooms, nice stands, but not so many people actually showing interest to go there. And our approach was, let's make it a bit more decentralized, and also have a little bit more grip on it, because in the past everything was done through EURAXESS Open Forum, the EURAXESS Association, and maybe you heard they don't exist anymore. So Science Comes to Town, it's very much an initiative that we are organizing through open calls. We piloted this approach in this year, 2026. 3 cities were selected, Split, Brest, and Kiel, where you're having the opening ceremony. You're having events taking place throughout the year in all these 3 cities. And then there are some key events that are taking place in one of these cities. So, for example, we are having the EU Talenton in early September in Brest, in France. I think on that I'll update you during the previous monthly meetings. We're having the UCs in Kiel. Next year, a few weeks ago, we announced we're going to be the next 4 cities for 2027, which are Aarhus in Denmark, Genova, Italy, Kaunas in Lithuania, and in Portugal, we are having Oeiras, yeah. So that's for next year, and now we are finalizing the selection of the cities for 2028. While I'm saying this, we are trying to make this a little bit more these are the cities where we want to see a bit more activity during this time. And the idea is also that the number of cities are expanding, and we are very much trying to get some that the cities are coordinating this. So it's not just a set of individual city programs, but it has a bit more of this European dimension. Association to Horizon Europe, something I haven't been updating you about, but I will go quickly through that. So, last week or 2 weeks ago, there has been the association agreement with Australia finalized. This is only for Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe, which is on global societal challenges, and climate change, energy transition, and health, and digital innovation, industry and space. Basically, the things that we definitely see a clear added value of collaborating with the countries from around the world. Agreement has been signed, but it starts early last year. And if you've been following this, you see a certain trend. We had agreement with Egypt in February this year, with Switzerland last year. Attractive start before that was Republic of Korea. And we see there's quite some interest in Horizon Europe. And to understand who is joining what, well, it has to do a little large extent with proximity to the EU. So usually what we see is the countries which are very close, in the neighboring countries of the EU are often associating to the full program, and the more distant countries are usually just geographically distant countries are usually just associating to Pillar 2. So Egypt, Switzerland, fully associated. Korea, Canada, Australia, only Pillar 2. When it comes to EURAXESS, we do not have a clear rule saying that. So if you want to become part of the EURAXESS network, we have now 43 countries. You should be an associated country. We don't have a clear rule saying you have to be associated to all pillars, right? So in theory, also those that are from abroad might consider joining the EURAXESS network. Will definitely make traveling a bit more costly. But what definitely is quite interesting is definitely to get those full members of as the Europe Association to become part of EURAXESS European network. And for that, we're definitely looking at Egypt. So the discussions on, well, let me see what other points have I'm going quickly through them. The FP10, well, the FP10, it's very much in full, the full discussions about FP10, less about the budget. There are now, I would say, quite some more difficult topics are being discussed, which are widening, and how everything between Horizon Europe and ECF works, right? So this is relatively, I would say, highly complicated discussion where we're seeing strong interoperability between the two programs, the European, is the ECF and the Horizon Europe. And of course, discussions are very much linked to governance, who has a say in what, etc. Also, some lively discussions about partnerships. The Cyprus presidency is very much keen on trying to close as many of these discussions before their term ends, and they seem to be quite well on the way, to be honest. And then finally, ERA scoreboard, European semester package. Well, I think that this, in case you're not really following these things, it's a good source of information if you want to know more about how your country is performing, what are the trends, what is going well, what is not going well. The ERA scoreboard, it's a third edition of it. It's very much around the ERA policy agenda, the different actions. So that can be quite relevant. It collects data pretty much everywhere. And then we have European semester spring package, also quite a focus on R&I, investment, performance, gaps. So it can be also quite interesting to see. There are some interesting figures, such as what kind of research, what are the profiles of research that we're seeing in different countries, the proportion of female researchers. A lot of attention goes to data about innovation firms, how they are performing, speed notes from the universities, their country snapshots. So it can be a good source of information. The scoreboard was released, the ERA scoreboard was released, I think, 2 weeks ago, and European semester towards the end of May this year. So these are a bit the policy updates from my side. If there are no questions, we'll move to the IT side. Are there questions? Yeah.
Question.
I think you can just.
Yeah, I will speak up. I have a question regarding the ERA policy agenda, if I understood correctly. So you assume there will be the agenda after 2000. Because I heard different rumors, sort of, if we have the act, we don't need the policy agenda, etc. But your take would be that there will be, of course, follow-up.
Yeah, I think that's also the sense in their forum. So
yeah.
ERA Act is just it's an initiative, it's a legal initiative that hopefully will sort out some things. But the majority of your policy agenda is not something you can sort through legislation. And so there's always going to be the need to elaborate at different levels in a structured manner. So I would not think there has been, we haven't heard many voices from the member states saying that, questioning the Euro policy agenda. There are suggestions about, the contents, the practicalities, the voting of the actions, who has to be involved in what, and things like that. So I think the modus operandi will be evolving all the time, and still think there's still a lot of things to improve. But to which extent there will be in your policy agenda, this is possible that the current one will be extended. Most probably the current one will be extended. And then we start. So it might not be 2025, 2027, maybe 2025, 2022, 2028, whatever. So there's no gap. But I think it will continue. And lots of discussions actually currently are going about the role of ERAC. We know that ERAC has a very strategic role in providing guidance, but especially in the context of FP10 discussions. The role of ERAC is not being questioned, but actually being questioned to which extent it cannot be strengthened. And if you have a strong ERAC, if you have a ERAC with a stronger role, well, then also your policy agenda in your forum will be the tools to implement whatever comes out of these ERAC meetings. Any other questions about these 9 topics? More? Yeah.
And I think it was in the context of the ERA for Innovation Attraction platform, the Talent for Innovation Attraction platform, that you will pull up with colleagues, including from a unit knowledgeable about taxation.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful. So can already put up a request to keep us well informed and maybe even align us also with our activities from the upcoming EURAXESS or from the now EURAXESS project, because this is, I think, a very good effort to have all this expertise from within the Commission and use it also for the benefit of the researchers and the research mobility.
So indeed, so we had 2 meetings. One was very much focused on innovation. March. We had one earlier this week. We had somebody from EURAXESS also there. Therese was with us. Maybe you want to also share some. No, it's okay. Which was, as mentioned, migration, education, research, innovation. And the next one this is where we think to also include colleagues from the national authorities responsible for taxation, for at least a part of the meeting. And then we also, of course, invite colleagues responsible for taxation, and most of them have some kind of networks, but we have their forum. We do see this type of configurations exist in one form or another. And yeah, the word platform, just maybe for clarification, the word platform is being used, but it's not a digital platform, it's just a gathering. All right. Okay, then let's move to the IT updates. I pass the floor to Vera.
Thank you, Slaven. So, for the IT updates, during the monthly meetings, we've walked through this already quite a few times, but I want to give you a little bit of a status update even so, because things do tend to change and they take longer than we initially expect. So just to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on. So first of all, of course, we had the long break at the start of the year with no IT developers or support team. This has all been fixed by now. Everybody is fully active, back on board. The backlog has been pretty much fixed. So there are no remaining or pending issues in that regard. However, a lot of the issues that have been quite present for some time remain in this state. So I just want to mention that in terms of the filtering and login issue, this I know is a question that I know some of you are receiving from users as well, specifically when it comes to users outside of Europe. So of course, what's happening is that in the job search function, they're not able to filter according to what they would like, but instead it keeps them in a loop. It doesn't produce results and so on. Same thing is happening with EU login. They're trying to log in, but it keeps them on the main page without actually logging them properly in. And this becomes a whole messy loop, which has a major effect on users specifically outside of Europe. So I know that some of you have been receiving these questions, and I think it might be helpful that I send you sort of a standard reply that you can provide them with at this point, because of course the main issue here is the Commission security measures that basically interprets multiple retrievals coming from a user outside of Europe as a bot or malicious, as a malicious user and so on. So security is working as it should, but unfortunately in this case it's working against us. So what we are trying to do and what will be happening in the next deployment, which is in a week, is that we will be adding a CAPTCHA to the job search page. And what we're hoping is that as non-European users are asked to fill in this CAPTCHA, they will be recognized as a friendly user and that they won't be kicked out. I mean, we have to, though, be a little bit realistic when it comes to how efficient this measure will actually be. We have hopes, but we are not fully convinced. But either way, we will make this as an attempt first. With the results that we get, we will then have more evidence to provide for the Commission security team in this case to, for instance, say that, okay, this is something we've tried, didn't work as we expected. What is the next step that we can take? But indeed, you will, this is something that will be added, as mentioned, in the coming week. For the unsubscribe option, this is something that has been asked both from a Digit side at the Commission, but also from users. So basically, when you decide to highlight your favorites when it comes to job search, we have been asked to provide an option where you can unsubscribe from the emails that you received based on the searches that you have favorited. So this is something that will also be added in the next deployment in the next week. And what it means is, of course, that in the emails that the user receives, there will be a link. Do you want to unsubscribe? Click here, and it will then take them to the page where they can continue to do so. Security updates is something that has been a major topic this year, and it continues to be so, both as we are updating the Open Europa modules on the portal. This requires a lot of security updates, and it will take a lot of time this summer. So some of the pending matters will have to be pushed a little bit forward as the security updates that takes precedent over pretty much everything. So this is something that's ongoing, and you will be informed about it more as we move along. One other thing that we will be adding soon to the portal is a technical FAQ. So what we have noticed is in the support emails, a lot of the questions that are received are the same time and time again. So we keep sending the same replies when we might as well. It stopped working, I think.
No, it's working. She's tired.
Yeah, too much talking. Okay, we're back. So indeed, so what we realized is that a lot of this, we can simply provide this information straight on the portal so that the emails won't have to be sent so frequently. So we're hoping that this will be quite a big help for a lot of users. And also for you, as you're able to direct people from your network to this specific FAQ. So this is something that will be added next month, hopefully. Then to another matter, which is social media and graphic design. In one of the monthly meetings, we already introduced Annie to you, who is our social media expert. Annie is also in the meeting online. So hi, Annie, from a distance. Annie has already done an amazing job in revamping the EURAXESS social media pages and make it look a lot more professional. And also there's a lot more intent, design, a lot more of planning that goes into what we actually post now. So this is something that we're really quite excited about, as previously this was something that was done more so than we had time or so on. So this is something that you will continue to see developing when it comes to the social media aspects and what's being posted and so on. And we're hoping also that moving forward, we will be able to ask for some input from Annie also when it comes to your social media channels, if there might be some campaigns that we could do together, some shared posts and so on. So this is something that I think will benefit the network as a whole very much. Then we also have a part-time graphic designer on board now, which is another very exciting thing. And she has already done a huge job for us in terms of reports that have been redesigned, and we will especially, I'm not gonna say too much yet, but in terms of the portal, this is a place where you will see a lot of new things happening in the coming month, and thanks to our graphic designers. So keep your eyes open for that. I think those are the main things. We are so well on time now, so I'm not going to stretch this out. For the monthly meetings, I think in July we might still have a meeting, or
Yeah, last one, mid-July. And then August, I think we're going to skip August one.
yes, August will be skipped. July, the Nordics might be already
Center.
but for those who are able to join, we will organize one in July. Might be a bit lighter than normally, but still, it would be nice to have a sort of final update before summer, and then we reconvene in September. For tech support, I also wanted to mention that as far as we know now, there won't be a gap during summer, so you can continue, the users can continue referring to our support team when it comes to technical questions. On my part, I will only be on holiday for the next 2 weeks. Other than that, I will be present. So with any technical questions that are not too complex, you can keep referring to me. So you're welcome to do so. Okay, I think unless there are any questions, anything? Yes.
Let me.
It works. No?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the information. I would be very interested to learn more about social media, what Annie kind of, I think she has a plan, because we also tried to see a bit what we would like to do on social media. What are the different target audiences? What kind of visual identity do we use? And if she already did all this, it would be extremely helpful for us if she could share her thoughts a bit so that we can align a little bit.
So this is something that's definitely part of the sort of big picture plan. I have to say, currently, of course, Annie is very much focused on getting to know the whole ecosystem of EURAXESS, everything that's involved, really trying to figure out what works best in terms of content, in terms of also visual identity and so on. Moving forward, I'm hoping that we will indeed be able to utilize that also for the broader network. For now, the focus is more on the European social media, but it's absolutely something that we will be discussing more with Annie moving forward as well. How can we best utilize her expertise also when it comes to the national networks? So it's definitely in the plans, but indeed for now, we're leaving a bit more space to get settled when it comes to the very basics. So. Yes, yes.
Perhaps we could still share good practices or examples of how we use social media. If it's like all of us maybe use it in different ways, have good thoughts and on how to best utilize it for our national context. So that could be something we could do as well.
Yep.
Whether it's with Annie when she's ready.
I think that's a very good idea. Yeah.
Own contexts.
Yeah. And I think indeed it would be a good idea to moving forward, have it be even a bit more focused, where we have a dedicated, whatever it might be, sort of a space to share these ideas and then to exchange good practices. Yes, go ahead.
Just to line with that, I think even at that stage, if there is no big plan yet, etc., concept, but I think there's having someone with very fresh eyes and from the perspective of the Commission and with the focus on how to elaborate there, and because you just mentioned that she has done already a lot, so it is already very interesting to learn from what she saw. Kind of like, okay, this could be improved, might be small tweaks, but they could also be inspiring. Vice versa. So I think that would be really, really nice.
Absolutely, fully agree. And Annie is listening. So Annie, these are some ideas for you here as well. And definitely we will get back to you on this, because I think this is very crucial. And indeed, the expertise that Annie brings in this regard is unique. So I think we should find ways to utilize it.
Yeah, it's to add to the list. And of course, we have the project running already, although tomorrow is a kickoff meeting. But we also have the clusters will have also kind of visual identity and sorry, everyone can hear me. So I was saying that the project has started already, has already some kind of visual identity. The clusters have visual identity, and I think we should be aligned. I mean, we already have PAS and one of our package is working in that direction. So I think as much as we can align with the AC, social media and visual identity would be great. And also, I would say if we start with social media, but one of the elements that we've been asked from our EURAXESS service centers is the need of new visual material. It's pretty old, the one we have in the extranet. It's but also we also have ideas from the project too, so we could in a later stage we could share.
Fully agree on all of these points as well. When it comes to visuals, absolutely. This is something that hasn't been updated, to my understanding, for quite a few years. So there's a bit of a need for a revamp there as well. And again, this is something that Annie quite quickly identified as well, that what is lacking when it comes to the broader scope of the EURAXESS network is indeed a bit more of a cohesive approach when it comes to visuals, even how we communicate in social media posts and so on. So I think a massive benefit would be to sort of bring this together and really also indeed ask for Annie and her assistance in bringing it all into a more cohesive scope. So very, very good points. Anything else? Any other comments? Questions?
No, I had exactly the same design, the design alignment thing.
Okay, that was all. Then thank you for the attention, and I will pass on to Michele.
Maybe just a brief word of introduction before that. So, if you look what is the current EURAXESS project, it is very much about improving operational excellence to a large extent, right? And before that, we have done something similar with other initiatives, and a year ago, we also started to look at what is HR. How can we improve the operations behind HR Excellence Research Awards, or how some still call it HRS4R. So it is very much the same idea behind. Like, we have good initiatives. We are not changing the identity of these initiatives, but let's look at how can we make sure that they are more efficient and effective, right? How can they support more organizations, more users, depending on what the initiative is actually. So it is also the operational excellence that is behind. And now, of course, the work is starting with EURAXESS, with the current project. When it comes to HR Excellence in Research Awards, this is not something which is done through grants. It is something that we have been always done we have been doing inside. I mean, on the 8th floor, basically, by one person. And now the idea is very much to improve, so keep the award more or less the same, but improve the machinery that's behind it. And Michele is our HR Excellence in Research person, one and only, and he will tell us all about the changes and maybe a couple of important points of information for you.
I shall use this one. Yeah. Great to see you all. in an exceptionally warm day. Let's hope it stays like that for a few days more. Okay, so this is a continuation of what I presented to you at last BHO meeting. You may remember that a lot of things happened. I managed to change my slide. Yes, happened. That's the slide I presented last BHO meeting. I explained that there were a few things, quite many things actually going on at the level of the EURAXESS in research. Going from the externalization of the administrative process, that's what Slaven just told you about, meaning that being cyclical and incremental the process, it was necessary to find a way to externalize it in order to lift from the shoulders of the Commission the huge workload that was slowing down tremendously other activities as well. But also we're looking about different ecosystem projects, support development of national community of practice, etc. Today, I will focus only on the first leg of what I had introduced. Not addressing only BHOs, EURAXESS BHOs, I'm addressing also people with a lot of hats, among which also HR award admins, experts, stakeholders knowing the process inside out. So I am going to do something slightly different than usual, not just communicating novelties at the top level, what we are doing, but also looking a bit under the hood of what is going on. So providing you some real raw data. Right. Okay. You already saw, of course, let me move that. This slide you already know because I presented last time is the reason why we went to the externalization. As you know, from January, late December, January 2026, late December 2025, early January 2026, PPMI is in charge of the HR Award Excellence in Research Award process, administrative process. The Commission retains full responsibility and accountability for issuing the award and steering the policy of the entire initiative. PPMI started working full steam in February. You know that we accumulated quite a big backlog during 2024 and 2025 for many reasons. I will not go into the reasons, but the backlog is quite important. So priority, full priority, first priority for PPMI in 2026 is the reabsorption of the backlog, putting back on track the system. What is the goal for that? The goal is to have over 1,250 cases for assessment, old and new. Among those, the split is 60 initial, 45 interim, 120 renewals with site visit, and only 40 without site visit. That's the main target, but also they will be in charge of developing a communication strategy. I will have only just one slide on that because, as I said, the primary target is the reabsorption of the backlog. The communication strategy is being developed right now, so I can communicate only the broader lines. This is, you know, the system, how it works. Remember, phases, initial and intermediate phases, 3 years, and then each renewal, 3 years, alternating renewal with site visit and renewal without site visit. This is a slide that you have never seen because you all know, I put it there because you all know what is going on from an institutional point of view, what an institution has to do. But that's behind the curtain. What is going on our part and now from PPMI part. There are a lot of steps, all validation, confirmations, validation of the submission of the institution and validation and submission from the assessors. We dealt with a lot of in between validation and communication with the institution for many reasons. We also have a quite big FAQ section, which actually is identical, no, to the one that EURAXESS developed. Again, a lot of questions, a lot of mistakes. I just communicate 2 mistakes, and I appeal to you to, whenever you talk to an institution in your country, just flag it. Institutions tend to forget to submit the endorsement letter, and then they complain that there is no reaction from the EC, but the EC cannot see a non-submitted endorsement letter. And the other and most important thing is that the institution typically forget to communicate to the commission when the HR award admin goes away or disappears, goes to pension. So they fall out of the system. I will get back to this point in a second. Most importantly, numbers. What is going on with PPMI? PPMI is now reaching almost full capacity assessor-wise. It reached 80%. The target is 100 sensor in 2026 to grow further in the next years. For the moment, 100 is the target, and 83, I think, assessors have already signed contracts with the PPMI, and they're working full load. There will be a training for those assessors in Q3, and the new exercise launched in Q1 2027. They also took on board the role of, let's say, 70%. The rest is me, still me. 70% the role of managing an operational function mailbox. And to give you an idea, we have on average 100 tickets a week, only them, plus 30, 40 mile. Now, this is the most important numbers for you to know. The target for 2026, I told you 270 assessments. So what we have done up to, these are the numbers that have been provided up to 5th of June 2026. We have 153 assignments, meaning that the assessors have been chosen, selected, and assigned in the tool to go for assessment. 124 are started and ongoing. Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, still here. As you see, the majority of the cases are renewal. A lot of interim cases have been done to take them out of the way because they are the simplest and requiring only one assessor. So yeah, Milan's love because they know, he knows very well.
The way is not very good.
No, to manage them first because they are easier and faster to be done. The rest is much more complex. So we have not a lot of completed cases at the moment, and they are foreseen to be completed majority by the end of the summer. The renewal with site visit, of course, they take longer. Now, I dwell deeper into numbers here because I'm going to show you after this slide, an important slide on what is the current snapshot of the situation. This slide exists because I want you to be very aware of the fact that every statistics in the HR excellence and research, by very nature of the process, is not fixed and stable. It changes basically every day because the award is, of course, is gained, is renewed, but can also be lost, can also be removed. And this removal, I will show you in a second why it is removed, but in 2 years, we have 100 closed cases. Most of these closures are administrative, especially because institutions, organizations disappear from the radar because they forget to communicate the change over the admin, and they don't renew their award for 4, 5 years before they're again in the system. In particular, I am removing on a regular basis very old cases that are not even, they didn't even enter the E-tool, the normal process that is an action that was required by 2018, 2019. They're still there, hanging there. And now there are only, I think, about a little over 30 cases. But this is, I will not go through all the slide, but just to tell you the case of loss or suspension of the award, first suspension, then loss of the award, is either if there is an unsuccessful assessment or unsuccessful assessment, then that's very, very exceptional. And we have, in average, in the last 10 years, less than 1 a year. So that's negligible. Upon request to restart the process, that's an administrative procedure. It happens very, very commonly. And usually is done to close a case because they need to suspend it for more than a year and then they re-enter. It's quite common. We have requests to leave the process for many reasons that I will not detail here, etc. And inactivity and responsiveness, unfortunately, that happens. And then the last is the merger. Also, the total number of awarded institutions changes because sometimes we have 3, 4 institutions merging into one. So 3 awards are lost and 1 award is kept. This does not mean that these institutions are disappearing. They're still in the system. They're still working on the HR Excellence in Research award process, but the numbers, the sheer number of the awards changes. So finally, that's the situation. We have now 743 count yesterday night institution awarded. This is because in the last month, 10 institutions has technically lost the award. We had a huge merger where 4 awards were disappeared from the count, but the institution is still there. It was in France. And we had 2 interim phases that decided to restart the process so to be able to work immediately on the 20 principles of the Charter for Researchers. Of course, just to let you know, to show graphically that the majority of the cases is a renewal. Cycle 1 in this case. So that's why the majority of the focus of PPMI right now is on the renewal with site visit. And that's the last slide. I was a bit for the communication. Now, PPMI will also take care of the communication. You have to understand, however, that, as I said before, full priority is given to the reabsorption of the backlog. This means that the communication strategy, 4 years communication strategy, 2026-2029, will be devised, will be planned during 2026, is being planned right now, but will not see an implementation until 2027. As per the definition of the European Charter and the HR Excellence, this would be on across all disciplines and all sectors, and will tackle both communication on the European Charter and on the HR Excellence in Research. For this purpose, we will create a LinkedIn dedicated page and channel that has already been done. Of course, will not be active, fully active until 2027 when everything is implemented. It will, the strategy will tackle both a general campaign to raise awareness, to attract more institutions to the system, so general public, but also targeted campaigns to the institution, the organization already in the process with technical informations, etc. And finally, we are planning to use, of course, not only the HRX sensing research sources, but also multiplicators like European Commission pages and social media, EURAXESS mailing list, etc. So I think I managed to stay in time. These are once again, the three emails that are now to be used for every communication on picture access research. The first one is the usual help desk for IT technical issues. The second one is PPMI for any administrative questions, query, requests on the process. And then, of course, RTD charter remains for any other issue, policy, or organization. And of course, I'm here for every question, and I will remain until the break.
Great, thanks, Michele. So there maybe my impression was that there was quite some interest in this presentation. So there might also be importance as well. Let's perhaps see if anybody online wants to start with a question. If in case you have a question, please raise your hand. And in the meantime, there has been some discussion in the chat related to the previous session. So basically asking to get rid of the stop sharing message at the bottom. Okay, that's we are going to look into that. Somebody then Anna asked about the design, which is still from the previous session. Yes, of course, you can use any new designs we develop for EURAXESS. You can everybody can use that, but nothing so far about HR. No raised hands for HR excellence. But let's look in the room. So, any questions to Michele? Yes. I'll actually go to the microphone.
Okay.
Louder for someone.
Thank you so much for the update. Maybe I overlooked it, but I remember that a while ago there was some ideas about the governance of the whole thing and what the role of EURAXESS or BHOs could be in that. So maybe you could say a few words if this has changed or if this still is in the process, also given that PPMI now took over, that would be really great. Thank you.
It works, yes. It didn't change. EURAXESS BHO, however, they cannot be requested to also be the disseminator of the information on the EURAXESS research. The request was done to align EURAXESS information and centralize EURAXESS information on the EURAXESS research portal, meaning this was a request that became necessary after, I don't remember which country exactly, that we kept receiving complaints from users from that country saying that they were getting information from the official portal on EURAXESS research with outdated guidelines. And then we figured out that the formal portal they were referring to was the EURAXESS one. So what the request is to EURAXESS BHO is to not publish information by themselves that on the EURAXESS portals, information that may become outdated, that may be not realigned, but to refer to link it to the formal information on the main EURAXESS research portal. Unfortunately, because of the birth of the entire system a long time ago, IT system a long time ago, EURAXESS and EURAXESS research share the same IT domain, although they are two separate initiatives. So sometimes users, they see EURAXESS / EURAXESS research, and they are confused, thinking it's the same kind of initiative. Many times we have to reply to newcomers that they try to open a case, EURAXESS research case, remaining on the EURAXESS portal. So this is unavoidable because that's the IT structure of the thing, but there are two different ports, although with many overlappings. So to avoid the danger of giving different informations, to align the EURAXESS portal into a linking system to the HRX Sensing Research One is probably the best thing. Said that, it would be better if the EURAXESS or national portals do not take on themselves the responsibility of providing information and guidance. We have people dedicated to that. The only thing that national portals they have to do is address to the correct, in this case, functional mailbox, whenever you get this kind of request from the users.
So waiting for the mic or
Yeah, go ahead. I mean,
I don't know if you otherwise can hear us properly, so that's why that's why.
take your lunch break if.
Yeah.
Okay, that's-
So thanks. So I have two questions. Well, it's kind of remarks and also one continuing with first one technical one related to the structure of the portals and things. I think also, if I may, now that it's much clearer what you explain, so we shouldn't provide information, basically redirect information. I think also the facts will help, because one of the issues that we encounter a lot, and this is probably why we are losing so many in the interim, they are not responding, is exactly the same issue that we have with the administrator of the EURAXESS profile, organizational profile lost. So it's like the same issue when they ask us to publish job offers. So what we give is the answers. Okay, if you are changing this, remember that is also so the HRX selection award is linked there. So please bear in mind, blah, blah. And then if they have any issue, address that. So I hope in these facts, it's also going to be made a link, because they cannot see who is the administrator of the organizational profile. So they really don't know.
Yeah.
And we lost a lot when the EU login. We were very busy with the organizational profiles to post job offers. So I imagine also there is a big valley there for the HRS for our.
Let's stay optimist. The HRX Sensing Research has the FAQ since a year, reminding and explaining how it works, but it is not. It is used, but not as much as we would like. So what we have, but of course, I'm speaking for the HRX Sensing Research, what we have just for additional information when an institution becomes unresponsive, so they don't act and don't reply, we have an automatic, no, it's not automatic, but we start a process that is called the suspension process. After we flag as unresponsive institution, 3 reminders are sent every month, after which the institution is suspended. So let me elaborate a bit more on what is a suspension. Suspension means that you have disappeared from the radar. You did not renew your award in due time. We temporarily suspend the award, so it's not showed anymore in the list of the awarded institutions, is not flagged anymore in the job office in EURAXESS, but is temporary, meaning that if the institution within 1 year gets back to us, there is a procedure to put that in place. They regain the award after a positive assessment, etc. Now, with these reminders, since we understand that it's very high the possibility that the old admin has disappeared completely, are sent to the admin, of course, and to the management mandate to engage the institution as well, which is usually the vice rector or the rector's office. So.
Thanks a lot for this clarification, because that's good to know for scary institutions what happened with my with my process. But then there's the second question for you, and maybe more related with our Austrian colleagues and our role of EURAXESS, not so much in the portals, information and technicalities of the process, that it's all clear now, which is our role, but more on the content. I mean, how to support institutions to actually not do the process, but actually to make the action plans and the activities for the action plans. Regarding to that, within the project, we also have paths of that is related of analyzing how EURAXESS can support in this regard. And my question to you would be, there was some kind of initiative starting working with HRS for our communities of practice at national level, or are there any other ideas or process? That commission things to steer, and how would BHOs are fixing there in this whole idea?
You gave me in reality, two different dimensions here. The first one, what BHO can do, for sure. Then there will be, of course, initiatives, but for sure, dissemination of the information. This is absolutely central. BHOs are central in when you do your initiatives in an institution to disseminate information on the European Charter for Researchers, its function, the existence of the HR research process, which I insist is not called HRS4R anymore. No, I make these mistakes all the time. Shorter and easier. And then the second part that you mentioned, action plans, etc. Well, this is highly dependent by the single institution. Why? Because EURAXESS BHO are not trained to prepare action plans, gap analysis, open, transparent, merit-based checklists for the institution. If I interpret correctly your question, of course, many BHOs are also trainers and assessors, so you can do that. But we cannot formally ask BHOs to do this role.
But just to comment on this for clarification, I mean, so over the past years, the focus was keeping this initiative afloat, right? Limit the backlog. So now backlog is being fixed. So I think in 1 year, there will be no more backlog. Operations should be smooth. And of course, then the focus is going to be on two things. One is communication, because one of the things which we want to strengthen is the value, the brand of the award. So why would you get the award? It needs to be recognizable. Researchers need to appreciate it and take it into consideration when they're choosing employers. So this is a lot of communication, a lot of branding happening. Second point is we are having more than 700 organizations who are often going through a very similar process. And this is where, for example, what is being done as part of the talent ecosystem is quite interesting, because the idea is how can we support exchange of best practices among the institutions which are going through very similar process. And this can be done in different ways. It can be done through community of practice. Maybe there is a need for a national, maybe it's a thematic need. So I would, for time being, I would not we have to see what is a good modus operandi for this, then we can think what could be the role of EURAXESS. But how it stands, we do see those two things as separate initiatives, unless if we see the good modus operandi of this HRS4R network that exists would be very similar to EURAXESS, it's the same people, then of course this is something to take into consideration. But we are trying to have it as a very much independent initiative, of course, using the same infrastructure and things like that. All right, one more question perhaps, and Elisa, if you want to comment on this, and then we will go to the next page.
Are there planned any events for the HR at the European level this year? Because we have planned one nationally.
Yeah. Do you want to reply?
So it's going to be the same. So what we're going to do is we will duplicate the conference idea this year as well in a lighter format, Research Careers Conference. Brand where end of November, December.
Yeah.
Munich.
There is 3rd of December that is in Munich, but there are more days in December. And we will see. It will depend. But the idea is also to have EURAXESS BHO meeting there and Info Day as well, probably on the same time, not necessarily on the same time. We are going to look into that. There are some concerns about having on the same time. We will see. And it should be one day,
Okay.
but maybe we will split it a bit. So let's see. But it's going to be Info Day, HS, the annual HRS for our Info Day. Same package of initiatives like we did in this year's Research Careers Conference. One question, and then
It's more a comment or a thought because of the, so I understand that for the Research Career Conference, there is like different teams involved and they have, think they are practices of inviting people from the member states, etc. So, I mean, I can say in Austria, we are trying to have a close look to understand who is going there, etc. And also then going back to the country and having a very good ecosystem. So maybe it would actually be helpful if you can, I don't know, think of something to make visible who is invited. So just that we then know and we can, I don't know, I mean, we can prepare better. We have better follow-ups. And the same is for this. I mean, I understand the the talent ecosystem event on the 29th of September is an event to showcase funded projects, which also take on board all the different European initiatives, such as the HR Award, for example. So that's, yeah. So somehow, I don't know, maybe if this is, I mean, if it's doable, but still it's the same house, it's the commission, and then maybe give us also some opportunity to understand who is going from which place, and that would be really good.
for the talent ecosystem, this is very much organized by the grants. When it comes to the conference, this is something that we organize. So we know who is coming, who is invited, and we can maybe at a monthly meeting, one of the monthly meetings before the conference, we can tell you these are the individuals that are being invited for different things or types of individuals, like representatives of, for example, structural policy, or representatives of the structural policy. All right. And with that, we move to the structural policy. Dario is with us.
Yep.
He's in between the meetings, so we're happy to have him with us. Dario can join here. In case there are questions for Michele, will you join us for lunch later?
Yeah.
Lunch downstairs, you can ask him all the difficult questions. You should. Yeah. And dearest.
So, hello everyone. Good to see all of you and some known faces. And happy to present you where we are with the new structural policy on research careers. I will start going a little bit backwards. So I will explain shortly what we did before, because what we did before in the first EURA policy agenda was what we needed to lay the basis for the current structural policy on careers. You might remember that in the first EURA policy agenda 2022-2024, we had the famous Action 4 on research careers. What did we do in this Action 4? Well, first and foremost, we had the adoption of the Council recommendation on research careers, including the new European Charter for researchers. And then we also had a number of other initiatives that have been either revamped or launched. And of course, this includes EURAXESS as well as Research Comp, the Research and Innovation Careers Observatory, Resaver. Of course, all of this now available on the EURA Talent platform. And then we also had a mutual learning exercise supported by Horizon Europe for interested member states in order to support them in implementing the new European framework for research careers. And finally, we had also the launch of an investment strand, namely the Talent Ecosystems pilot call with a budget of 20 million and 10 projects now ongoing in order to support cooperation between universities and the private sector to have better research careers for early career researchers in particular, and also better working conditions. but I will also say a few more words on this later on. So this is what has been developed in the first ERA policy agenda, quite a lot, I will say. In order to summarize all of this, we had fact sheet. We have a fact sheet that was developed in cooperation with the Inspiring Era project, which is a project that supports the implementation of the ERA policy agenda. So if you are interested in knowing more about the deliverables of Action 4 of the previous ERA policy agenda, you can have a look at this fact sheet, which includes information and all relevant links. So this was the basis for us to move to the next ERA policy agenda. In the new ERA policy agenda, as you might know, we have a separation between structural policies and ERA actions. Structural policies include research careers for the simple reason that research careers are one of those areas where we will not finish our work in the 3 years cycle of the ERA policy agenda. So that is why it is called structural policy. We have, of course, actions to be implemented in the context of these 3 years, but then the work will continue. What will we be doing in these 3 years from 2025 until 2027? Basically, the focus is now on supporting the implementation and improvement of everything that we have been developing in the previous ERA policy agenda. So in terms of expected outcomes, we have the creation of guidelines for the implementation of the Council recommendation, the launch of a community of practice where it is possible, or it will be possible for all stakeholders to share experiences, the consolidation of the Research and Innovation Careers Observatory, which, as you might know, is currently implemented in cooperation with the OECD with Horizon Europe funding. And then also the development of recommendations for better career development and career progression. Finally, we have once again a strand on investments. So we will aim at developing co-created investment pathways that can help reducing precarity and facilitate mobility to non-academic research careers. So this is what we have on the table to be developed in the current structural policy on research careers. And the good news is that we also have extremely high participation, involvement by member states, by countries associated to Horizon Europe, and by stakeholder organizations. Action 4 in the previous ERA policy agenda was the action most committed by member states and, again, associated countries and stakeholders. And this is replicated in the current structural policy, where we have all member states on board, together with 8 associated countries and 16 stakeholder organizations. So it means that we continue to have high commitment by everyone towards the implementation of this structural policy, and therefore towards the improvement of research careers. This is great news, and also for this structural policy, as it used to be in the past, we do have sponsors, so Portugal on behalf of member states, but also with strong involvement of Sweden, and then we have the Coimbra Association on behalf of stakeholders. What are we doing to implement concretely this structural policy? I will give you an update on this. So basically, in order to develop the guidelines for the implementation of the Council recommendation and the recommendations for better career development and career progression, we have launched 2 working groups where interested member states, associated countries, and stakeholders could participate. And we have launched these working groups in May in Ljubljana, and we have some coordination of these 2 working groups, and some people here in the room are strongly involved, if I can say, in this. So as you can see, for the guidelines, we have coordination by Sweden and, well, Therese here. And then we have a co-coordinator role for Slovenia. And then for the recommendations, we have coordination by Portugal and co-coordination by Spain with Elisa and Xavi. So this is work which is ongoing and which normally will deliver these 2 important documents in the course of 1 year. I also mentioned as deliverables the community of practice, and in fact we will have 2 Horizon Europe projects which will kick off around September, October, and which aim at establishing communities of practice with the same objective. So we will see how the 2 things can be linked or interact in order to achieve the objective, which is to allow as many stakeholders as possible to share good practices and learn from each other. For the consolidation of the Observatory on Research and Innovation Careers, we will continue our interaction with the OECD. And finally, we will also have a follow-up, the Talent Ecosystems pilot call in the Widera Work Program 2027. So this is what we are concretely doing at the moment. But I would also like to mention something that to a certain extent helps the transition between the old Action 4 and the new structural policy on research careers. That is the mutual learning exercise on research careers, where we had 16 member states interacting with each other with the support of experts in order to see what are good practices, ideas to support national reforms when it comes to the implementation of the Council recommendation of research careers and the European Charter for Researchers. This is an exercise which ran between mid-2024 and mid-2025. And we now have a final report, which supports, of course, first and foremost, member states in implementing their national reforms. But in fact, I would encourage you to have a look at all the documents that were developed in the context of this mutual learning exercise, because they can be highly valid also for stakeholders. And in fact, they are also, and this is why I was saying that this is a sort of transition between, or helping the transition between the old Action 4 and the new structural policy. Basically, this is also a good basis that will be used by the 2 working groups that I was mentioning before in order to work on their deliverables for the new structural policy. I also take the opportunity to quickly have a look at the conclusions of the MLE and also at the recommendations that came out of it. So in terms of conclusions, I think we all agree, no single solution that works for everyone. So no one-size-fits-all solution. Need for a collective responsibility for everyone, policymakers, employers, funders, to support research careers. And then it also came out that we have a combination of policy options and good practices, which in fact allowed to develop a toolbox for member states, which is also part of the final report on the MLE. In terms of recommendations, we have a first one, which, okay, here it is. A first one, which is to put research talent at the heart of the national R&D investment. Second one, to integrate the European Charter for Researchers into R&I policy, including with some funding. Third one is on encouraging all stakeholders to adopt open, transparent, and merit-based recruitment. Fourth one, to ensure a good balance between core funding and competitive funding in order to have in particular the possibility to reduce precarity and we can move to the next slide with the last four recommendations. One is on salaries. So salaries of researchers to be benchmarked with other highly skilled professions, and also social protection to be properly addressed so that all researchers at all career stages have equal access to social protection benefits. Our recommendation is focusing on the reform of researcher assessment. One is on adopting a national skills and competences framework for researchers in line with Research Comp. And finally, there is a recommendations for member states to have funding programs that stimulate and support all kinds of mobility. So this is what I wanted to say for the MLE. And finally, I have a slide on the talent ecosystems. So the pilot call that we had and for which we have now 10 projects ongoing, and the follow-up call, which is in the work program 2027, and which basically refines and follows the learnings of the first call, of the pilot call. What is the main what are the main features of the talent ecosystems? Well, first and foremost, that they focus on early career researchers in order to support their careers. How to do this? Through the creation of these talent ecosystems where organizations that train researchers and organizations that employ researchers, in particular in the private sector, cooperate closely in order to create a path which is an interesting path for early career researchers, and also to make sure that researchers are trained according to the needs of the private sector, in particular of industry, so that basically there is this, there are these good employment perspective for early career researchers, and there is also the possibility for the labor market to have talents that are trained according to their own needs. The other aspect, which is extremely important, is the implementation of the European Charter for Researchers. So this is a requirement of the pilot call, and which will also be there for the follow-up call, that all organizations of the consortium either have the Human Resources Excellence in Research Award or start the process for obtaining it during the grant. So this is what the talent ecosystems are currently doing. We have, as I said before, 10 projects ongoing, and we will have an even higher budget in the follow-up call. So new projects that will build on what has already been achieved by the current projects, and further develop attractive research careers for early career researchers in particular. I will stop here. This was just a quick summary of what we are doing, what we will be doing. Happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
And so check online in the meantime. So anybody online questions, please raise your hand.
Thank you for the presentation. I would appreciate a comment on what building on the past projects exactly mean, because the work program is not very explicit about that. And given the short time frame, given that those projects will be still in progress, if I'm not wrong, So how can these new how could these new proposals build on the results of the previous call?
Yes, thank you. In fact, well, certainly these are the new projects will, I mean, we do not want them to reinvent the wheel. So indeed, there has to be this coordination with the existing projects in order to build on what has already been done. And from this point of view, we organized a cluster event on the 29th of September, which will take place here in Brussels, and where the existing 10 projects will be able to present what they are doing in order to support also those who are interested in the new call, in understanding what else has to be done, what already exists, what will be developed, and what can come after. So I think that this cluster event at the end of September is exactly what we propose in order to create this interaction between existing projects and consortia that are interested in the new call. And then, of course, there will be some follow-up of this cluster event. So, for example, based on the discussions, we might also prepare some FAQs that could help applicants for the new call. And I think we will also have a brief report after the event, which can also summarize the discussions and help in that respect.
From the startup ecosystems, also we are learning a lot, right? So this is a pilot, and as a result, we're also going to change a bit the work program actually for this new call, because the moment where the text for the new call was launched, I think the actions didn't even start, right? So now we have some learnings, structurally not fundamental changes, but quite some fine tunings, because we also see that we have to be to some extent a bit more prescriptive on what needs to be done to make sure the overlaps, the gaps are addressed. Any more questions for Dario? Structural policy, all work being done. Emily, have you heard about the Emily within your countries? Have you been involved? Yeah. Okay. All right. Emily is for mutual learning exercise. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Thanks a lot, then, Dario, and we are weirdly on time, and let's take a 12 minutes break. We start at reconvene at 11 o'clock. We're going to have a presentation from Belgian colleagues. So 11 o'clock back here.
No, I'm actually
BHO, which is BELSPO, Belgian Federal Science Policy, acts as well as a EURAXESS service center for the federal institutions, and communication goes through single points of contact. And so they, as you can see on this slide, they have those poll space, poll documentation, and there are also institutes and museums devoted to nature and art. At the Flemish level, so the network from the Flemish community, trying to introduce themselves, so they have those data for presenting the community. As you can see 6.87 million inhabitants in there, and with this 4,000 billion euros R&D budget. And you can see as well that they have 5 university associations, 4 strategic research centers, and scientific and knowledge institutes that you can find all the names in there on the slide. I understand that you will get the slides afterwards to check all the information, and for the Flemish research landscape with far more details as well in this slide. Regarding the EURAXESS service centers in the Flemish community, so coordinated by this BHO, with Olivier de Bolster as the person taking care of these. This network has 10 EURAXESS service centers. 5 of them are universities. There's also the Institute of Tropical Medicine and 3 strategic centers, IMEC, VITO, VIB, Botanical Garden Maze, and jointly with the Royal Museum of Central Africa. Our EURAXESS network, so the one for which the FNRS works as BHO, is the French community of Belgium that is also known as the Wallonia-Brussels Federation. You can find both names, and when speaking to international audiences like today, we usually say French-speaking Belgium, but it was today my opportunity to talk about the French community of Belgium and the Wallonia-Brussels Federation, so that you all know. You can see in this slide, so the number of, the approximate number of inhabitants. We are geographically located, so in the picture in the south of Belgium, this more dark part of the picture, and also the French-speaking community in the Brussels region. And so the network has these 5 service centers located at each of the French-speaking universities: Université de Namur, Université de Mons, Université de Liège, Université Libre de Bruxelles, Université Catholique de Louvain. And we, the BHO, so we are the research funding organization for this community. At the national level for the whole Belgium, there are some activities that we are organizing, the 3 BHOs together. Those are mainly training sessions for our service centers. In 2025, we organized this training focusing on the HR Excellence in Research Award. Our trainers were Michele Rosa-Clot, and we have also an assessor invited, and we performed an evaluation survey to see if it was interesting or not, and if it was like an activity to be kept or not. And indeed, it came to be a really interesting activity for most of the EURAXESS service centers in Belgium. And one of the things that we got as feedback was that this was also an opportunity for them to network with the other Belgian EURAXESS centers, service centers. And so this is something that we'd like to keep, and we are working in this sense for 2026. Another example of the collaboration between us, the three BHO, is the national portal. So the national portal is managed by the three BHOs. And this is important to know because we present the network as being three networks, but indeed there should be one portal for all of us, for mainly international researchers to research and to reach us and to understand who we are and who to contact. And we have also this quite new LinkedIn page, which was launched in May 2024. This is also managed by the three BHOs. We also have a Facebook page that we are not currently updating. We'll see for the future, but this was a decision made a couple of years ago that came naturally as well. And there's this discussion among the networks that researchers use, and we decided that LinkedIn was the most important channel at that time, and for the moment we're keeping this as a priority. And now I'd like to introduce some of the activities that the network for French-speaking Belgium has been working for during the last years. Something to mention, FNRS, so the research funding organization where I work, is BHO for EURAXESS service centers in French-speaking Belgium since 2003. But 3 years ago, there was an internal reorganization, and so the service I work for, the National Contact Point Service, took this responsibility. And it's for us like a way to restart, and we started by trying to check that everything was working well for our service centers, and we tried to mainly start knowing each other. And when I say that we checked that everything was working well, the first thing was to check that they were getting the right information and that they were getting the information. This was not the case for everyone, with some contact addresses not being updated for some time, and there was quite bit of work regarding the extranet users, and so those kind of small work, but important work that we perform. So for them to be aware of everything related to EURAXESS. And something that we started to do and that we still do is that the BHO FNRS sends regular emails to our service centers to get them informed. And another activity that I put there in the slide is like for other topics related to EURAXESS. We met the EURAXESS Worldwide also in 2000 2024, and this was like something which was important for our service centers to be done. So other things that we've done regarding the HR Excellence in Research Award as well, because most of the service centers were worried that they didn't know how to work with several things relating to the award and so on. We are supposed to be the contact point for them. And in this sense, we try to understand what they were doing and their needs, their demands. And something else that we keep doing is that we have these quarterly on-site meetings with our service centers. And so this is mainly what we've been doing during the last years. One core activity has been to keep our national portal and our LinkedIn page alive. This was not the case for a while. And here you have an example of one of the news that we have published in collaboration with our service centers. So in 2025, we prepared an annual plan in which each of our service centers were going to propose a topic and to prepare a news to be published. And this is something that we've been doing during last year. And from that point on, we are trying to continue keeping both the portal and the LinkedIn page alive. Here I show you just other examples because I am ERC NCP, so for sure when there's something that I can share that can be useful information for international researchers, I do that. And when we publish, I will show you a new document, which is called the Research Career Opportunities in French-speaking Belgium. We prepare this news to be shared. And there's also many information relating to MSCA because Nadej, my colleague, is MSCA NCP and so on and so forth. So trying to keep it alive. Again, our LinkedIn page. So this was demand also from our service centers in the Wallonia-Brussels Federation. And so this is something that we keep trying to do. So to get people informed outside our frontiers, it's something that sounds evident, but this was not done as our service centers expected, and we as coordinators, we understand and we understood that this was essential. And so to finish, I'd like to share with you this document that we've recently published for the second time. This is something that, again, our service centers got really interested in the document that FECIT from Spain prepares since I don't know how many years, but a lot of years now, if I'm not mistaken. And they got interested in preparing not an equivalent, not at all. It's a different document, but our service centers thought that it was really interesting to try to get every source of funding that a researcher can apply for when coming to our community. And we, as a research funding organization, we thought this was a good idea. And so we created this document, which was published for the first time last year in 2025, and that we'd like to keep so updating and producing and sharing. And I think we can go for questions, and if not, we can show a little bit this document probably.
Thanks, Mireia. Questions?
May I ask one? Yeah. Thank you, Slaven. Thanks a lot for your presentation. I have a question with regard to social media. Did I get it right? So you set up LinkedIn for EURAXESS Belgium, and the plan is to phase out Facebook and to introduce LinkedIn with the target audience researchers, right? This is the plan.
Yes, if this is the question, the answer is yes.
Yes, this is enough as an answer. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I can give some more context. So we have no one taking care of the social media with any kind of expertise in social media promotion and so on. Something that was important for us was to see that from the Commission, the Facebook page seemed not to be updated, at least the same way that the LinkedIn page was. And then because of our costs and the other tasks that we have, we understand that LinkedIn is the priority now, and also taking into consideration our capacity as human resources. So yes, this is the idea.
If I may, Slaven, then if we go into detail, it was interesting to me to hear that you are also in CPERC and you are planning to distribute this information over LinkedIn, as far as I understand, right? So maybe you can provide some more input here, like you are doing interview trainings, or what kind of information are you distributing over this channel? And the same applies also to the MSCA activities. Thank you.
So you mean as NCPs?
Right. So I mean, combination EURAXESS social media and your activities as NCP, ARC, and MSCA.
So the thing is that through EURAXESS, the only thing we do is that we try to raise awareness about what we do as NCPs, at least in the Wallonia-Brussels Federation. I am not talking for the Wallonia-Brussels Federation. And yes, I can share that as NCPs in our community, we don't organize mock interviews, for example, and we do not make any proofreading. Those are activities that are being done by universities, and this is like, this was organized like that some years already. The question that you have things to...
On this topic, just maybe to flag from the Commission side, we are very much focused on LinkedIn. Facebook is also going to start rolling, but the LinkedIn remains the main platform. And since yesterday, the Commission is also on this W, which I personally heard of, but it seems to be a European alternative to X. So yeah, following the alphabet.
Yeah. So just following a little bit what Vitali was saying, how to merge ERC, MCA, and EURAXESS. Well, first, in our case, LinkedIn, for example, is not only for researchers, it's also for research institutions, and also we propose to institutions, although this is a big challenge for us, you know, as administrator of the page, if they have, for example, reading day for ERC, we also showcase it in within the EURAXESS LinkedIn if it's framed for talent attraction. So then it's like, okay, they do it. Even we do also do these reading days, but because FECIT has its own channels for MSCA, ERC, unless there is a common link that usually happens when there's a talent attraction event. You usually showcase your opportunities for ERC, MSCA, and then of course your access component comes into, because they in one point will need to come, and they need to think about a lot of things. So then this is when we also put it in our LinkedIn page as a call for researchers. Yeah, and also if institutions wants to publish in our LinkedIn, obviously EURAXESS service centers or EURAXESS members, I would say here, then we also provide this platform for them if they want to reach more followers. Sometimes they don't need it because the institutions have their own perfectly good instruments. So just to, for example, how we use it, because we are also in the same hat sometimes.
If I may, so I probably didn't get your question right, but I mean, the public are researchers, but we also provide this platform for our service centers for them to reach awareness about their activities, of course, and this is the main goal, indeed.
If I may react. Well, was exactly the case, because in our case, and this is why it was so interesting what Elisa just said, we also have a Facebook page dedicated to researchers, international researchers as a target audience, but we are also setting up a LinkedIn page, but this one will be dedicated to our community, to our institutions within our network. This is how we trying to distinguish them. So we are planning to keep Facebook, again, targeting international researchers, but for the community, we will have this LinkedIn account for EURAXESS Germany. This is why I was asking. Thank you.
Interesting discussion, one more intervention, and then we might also see how is this being done in Sweden.
I keep it short because I think in Austria we have a bit a more blurry approach, if I may say that. So we don't really distinguish between like LinkedIn is for this, newsletter is for that, but sort of using these different channels to bring the message across and to make activities visible, whoever is running them. So this also relates to, of course, we do also this ERC Marie Curie stuff, cost actions, if there's something what is interesting either for the institutions, because naturally for the EURAXESS community, it's often international offices, which might not be so aware of certain funding things, but on the other hand, they are in close contact with international researchers, so that. And what we also try to do is, or what we do is that we include, and I'm looking just in Verena because she's the one who's actually not doing that, but that we also try to include information from national funding schemes. So in fact, you will find a lot of stuff then, if you find it relevant in this area of international researchers, funding, career development, whatsoever. Yeah. And I think that works. It has a nice this snowball effect that institutions become also more aware of that.
Thank you for sharing. I think we are aware that this topic needs to be discussed more in detail, and we did want to put it on the agenda of this BHO because how to communicate internally, different platforms, different approaches. But that's why we're kind of waiting for Annie very much to get fully on speed on this, and then I think this could be an interesting topic for the next meeting where we can do kind of roundtable discussion. With that, thanks a lot. I mean, very, very interesting, very, very useful. We will now progress to EURAXESS Sweden.
Should I have a mic?
Yeah, I'll pass it. We have Therese with us from Linköping University on behalf of Innova, and I think that there is it's a very active network in a country where that has one of the most dense population of researchers. So I think on average we are around 4,900 researchers per million citizens. In Sweden it's around almost 10,000. researchers per millions of citizens, per million citizens. In case you approach a random person in Sweden, there is a 1% chance that be a researcher, which is still much above average. But let's listen to EURAXESS Sweden. Thanks, Therese.
Thank you. In one of the most undensed countries, we biggest square meters in Europe. Yes, so glad to be able to present EURAXESS Sweden, and I know I am the one standing between you and lunch, so I will try to keep it kind of clear and concise, I hope. So I'm presenting on behalf of the BHO function in Sweden, but I also want to say that I share it with my colleague Ulrika Åstrand, who also worked with me at Linköping University. Okay, maybe that was not visible, but it's a little bit about the agenda. When it's about the network setup, about some activities, communication, and success factors. I don't think it's visible. I think here. All right. So in Sweden, it looks a little bit like this. So we are what we call affiliated universities to EURAXESS because we have actually broadened the concept a little bit. 33 of our around 50 higher education institutions are affiliated within the EURAXESS network, whereof 18 are EURAXESS centers. So the other ones are there to collaborate on the issues, but have not yet to, for some reason, sign on to the, we're working on it. But we feel it's very important that we collaborate so that as many institutions in Sweden as possible get the knowledge and share the experiences, whether they're EURAXESS center or not. But we're working on getting that number up, obviously. We're around 170 more or less active members who collaborate again around these different universities. And actually 19. So not only EURAXESS centers have the HR Excellence Award. And as Slaven mentioned a little bit, we are financed by Vinnova, so the Swedish Innovation Agency. They hold the official BHO, but they kind of felt that they did not know the reality of researchers in mobility coming to a Swedish university. So a long time ago, they decided we want a university to run this. We want close connection to reality. So for many years, it was Gothenburg University, and now for the last 3.5 years, it's been Linköping University. And we just got renewed for 3 more years in January. So we know we are running until 2028, at least, and then I hope. So we kind of manage the BHO role together. We do most of the hands-on. That's why you mainly see me and my colleague in these activities, but also us who, of course, administrate everything that needs to be handed in, etc. But it's a great collaboration because, of course, we know about they are the NCP for MSCA, and they have in the ERA forum, and they are, of course, a lot in even more in the policy level. Which makes it good up from policy down to the real world of researcher mobility. So how do we do this at Linköping University, or how was it set up? So we have 100%, like a one full-time equivalent. So it's divided between my colleague Ulrika, and now we've also had the possibility to bring in a third person because we wanted to focus even more on migration, so someone who's really into that. And then besides our work time, we also have, some money for expenses, quite substantial. So we have the possibility to arrange meetings and provide things and taking consultants whenever we want to hold a presentation of some kind. So we applied for this financing. We had provided an action plan of 10 areas of action, everything from research careers to kind of expanding the network, to communicating EURAXESS, several other actions we do. And this is then followed up with Vinnova, of course, since they provide the money for us. They want to know what we're doing, but we have a close collaboration anyway. But there is, of course, also an official follow-up. And then the kind of setup between me and Ulrika is that one of us focuses on the network, that would be me, and she focuses on the portal and yeah, of course, many other things that we need to done. But that was like the, if we take the big roles, but then we do many of our events and our other initiatives together, obviously. And what's our areas of responsibility then? Well, of course, we collaborate with the Commission and you as the other member states. And then we run the Swedish EURAXESS portal. We have a shared teams group that we're very active in. So we administrate that and make sure everything is kept in order. We run the EURAXESS Sweden LinkedIn. And ours is on the topic here. Ours is based, focused on our researchers, whether they are not in Sweden right now, or if they are in Sweden. We hope and think that the communication to them are usually relevant, whether they're on their way or already here. And then we do, of course, a variety of network activities that I wanted to showcase a little bit more. So this is kind of the standard setup. And in between, there's usually some quite a few ad hoc things as well. But we do have 2 physical network meetings per year. And this is, so we kind of go through, Sweden is a very long country, as you might know, almost 2,000 kilometers. So it's quite an effort to get everyone to a same place. But we go from the north to the south and move around and visit all the different EURAXESS centers. So this we do 2 times a year, and then we also have online meetings, especially for the EURAXESS centers. So we go a little bit more hands-on about the Commission stuff and about our what we need to do as EURAXESS centers. Because the other meetings are a lot about sharing experiences, getting people to come to talk for us and shared learning, but a lot about discussion. We realized that one thing that is very popular that we've now kept for all these meetings is like a bit of a beehive, breakout physical rooms where you choose your subject and you sit there for an hour and talk about migration or taxation or whatever you are most preoccupied with at that moment. So that's usually very appreciated. And then us as the project managers, we are in between there in charge of providing a lot of competence development or like making sure that we learn about the new things. There's a lot of things happening now with migration in Sweden. It's an election year, so they're trying to put in a lot of new migration laws. So we have to communicate and make sure that that's clear. Things also happening with social security. So we've done that, but also up to intercultural communication. How can we help our be more intercultural aware of that? So we do all these kind of things together. It's like, it could be a course, it could be an open meeting, it could be something, just making sure that we hear the same and talk about the topic. And one other thing that has really worked well for us, which we feel is really the engine to our network, is our working groups. As you see, we have 8 working groups on migration, social security and taxes, dual career, not HRS for our, sorry, HR Excellence in Research Award, onboarding, one for scholarship holders, employer branding, and security issues and responsible recruitment. So this is topics that we've identified as important to the Swedish kind of research landscape for us. So this is, yeah, where we're trying to, so we've done, yeah, there are open meetings being held. Again, these competence developments are done with these groups. We just did a movie about Sweden in the employer branding group, for instance. The Social Security just did a guidelines together with our association of vice chancellors, etc. So we're kind of producing some kind of material, some kind of output, whether it's a meeting, a movie, a material, guidelines of some sort. So this is something we feel is like this collective learning is something that I think we are very focused on. So that's one. Yeah. And they have usually between 4 to 8 members from the different universities. Someone is like the chairperson calling for the meetings and reporting back to us. They meet, of course, regularly, everything between several times a month up to bi-monthly. So it depends on how active and how much time they feel they have for this. And then, as I said, they produce the material and knowledge sharing for the rest of the network. And one thing I wanted to highlight here, I have our wonderful hosts sitting next to each other here. We did a wonderful little study visit. I always say Benelux, but we didn't get to Luxembourg. But we understood that our network wanted to understand more about the European context, or the EU context, I would say. So we started the thought from us going to Brussels to meet the Commission. But then we wanted to extend it a little bit to also get more in contact with other EURAXESS networks. What we ended up with was a visit here at the Commission. And Vera and Slaven put together a wonderful program of, Rosa, Dario, there were several people presenting about what they do. And that was extremely appreciated. And then I didn't get to capture a photo because it was quite a rush when we were visiting Mireia and all the other BHOs from Brussels, or from Belgium, also here in Brussels. Before we went to The Hague and visited Evelyn and the EURAXESS Netherlands. We're also brought together quite a few people talking about what they do, and we could realize we have a lot of similarities between the countries. So that was very interesting. And then we did also up in the right corner, you see our visit in Amsterdam. So this welcome center because that is something we also discuss a lot about in Sweden right now, welcome centers and this kind of, how they do it. So that was an inspiration. So I will highly encourage you, if possible. I think we were the first country delegation like that to come. So I think Slava would, right? You would encourage more to do that. And then I also just wanted to mention a little bit about external collaboration, especially in the country. But as you heard, of course, we also try to be in the European context, but we feel it's important to spread the word about researcher mobility and careers to other actors in Sweden. So we work with the Switch to Sweden initiative, also about attracting and retaining international talent to Sweden, as well as the Work in Sweden mission, which is on a governmental level with the same mission of attracting and retaining talent. So we kind of take the researcher perspective there. And then we have the working group with the Swedish Migration Agency, hands-on solving issues for researchers. And then we have close collaboration with other agencies and interest groups within the higher education institution sector. For instance, we've kind of done some lobbying on the problems of opening a bank account, which is a bigger issue in Sweden than it should be, we feel. So we've gone together there to kind of bring the issue up. And then, you've already been into, the topic of communication. So I just wanted to share a little bit of how we do and what we feel is working well for us. So again, we mentioned the meetings we have, and we have both physical and online meetings, but in between we also have quite an active communication through our Teams channel. So we have, or a Teams group with these, as I mentioned, around 170 members. And there we have different channels, as you know, in different topics. So if you write in the migration channel, perhaps it's like, okay, how do you interpret this new law? And then someone from another university answers. So there's a lot, again, about the collective learning and sharing of just what you know or something you don't know and are frustrated about. So that's, and then the working groups as well work in these closed channels so that they can share and communicate. And then we have a monthly newsletter to support staff. Again, writing up everything that's happening within migration, banking, upcoming events, biannual conferences, everything related to what we do. We send out. And then, of course, we use this EURAXESS Sweden portal as much as we can to use for communication, and then LinkedIn as well. And what we want to do is looking to doing a podcast and then also start newsletters for the researchers, more about what we can communicate about funding opportunities and about grant writing and everything like that. And just finishing off with what we feel are some success factors for our network. So we have focus on getting to know each other. It brings us a high level of trust. So we're very vulnerable. We say, this is frustrating. This doesn't work for me. How does it work for you? Or a high level of sharing, a give and take. So you feel like if someone asks a question, you take on the responsibility, or you're like, oh, I really want to check this, how this works for my EURAXESS center. So there is a very strong give and take. So again, the collective learning is very strong there. And then the working groups, as I mentioned, very good for our network, we feel, and that we meet a lot. And as at least Vinnova says, and we feel the same, that the project management is run at a university, but together with a national agency, funding agency is a great concept. And for us, of course, it's extremely luxurious to have specified funding that we get on a national level that makes it possible for us to dedicate time for this, which is very thankful. And then we feel like, we worked up some strong communication channels as well, which is important to keep things going. Yes, that was a little bit about EURAXESS Sweden.
Thank you very much, Therese. And we have a bit of time for a discussion. I think it's interesting to hear this presentation because you see there are quite some similar thinking behind the decisions that are being taken. Very well done regarding the study visit. So of course, I think there are some interactions that you do within the EURAXESS network, in BHO meetings, is what has been done in context of the projects, but this is often this is definitely sufficient, and often it is kind of so much to have so much control over it. Right? So I think these are very good. This is a very good approach to select what are the topics you are interested in, to see what are the networks that might be most relevant for you, where you can get most inspiration from, and then you organize a study visit as you wish. In case you want to do a study visit that also involves Belgium, Brussels, and of course we're very happy to help you again with our usual mediocre coffee and croissants, but this is very much a possibility that is open for everyone. Let's open the floor for a bit of questions towards Therese. Yeah, Lisa in the back.
You can hear me.
Start here.
Can you present the last slide, please? It's not a question, it's just a remark. The outcome, success factors are actually almost the same. I mean, we are flooded by information, opportunities, everything, a lot. But at the end of the day, we have a choice about priorities, what you're really doing. Trust, the interaction between people matter. This activity is very, very good.
Yeah, I think that just going that we have a dinner every time we meet lunch to lunch, so that we have a dinner makes us laugh in the evening. I think that's one, just a little bit. And the study visit was an extremely good thing. You ride the train together, you mishaps and you kind of bonds you, not just in your work. You sit there and you discuss migration. That's of course also can be trust building, but that we also get to know each other makes you even more vulnerable and more eager to share things and to help each other. So yeah, that's maybe something to take on, like, okay, how can we do even more things to get to know each other?
Oh, okay. Say.
Thank you. I have a question regarding this new activity that you plan to start doing. So this newsletter for researchers. And my question is, how do you plan to contact them? Are they going to subscribe to anything or something like that?
Yes, again, that's very thankful when we do things that where we want to reach our researchers. Thanks to a strong that our EURAXESS centers are very engaged. Whenever we need their help in spreading things, we get that. So our thought is, and as well as collaboration with, for instance, PhD foundations in Sweden or other, higher education actors that are also working towards the sector. We have the collaboration there, so we often get their help in spreading things. So that's our plan, is to get their help to reach out. Okay, they know the importance of EURAXESS, so they can help us kind of reach. And why should they subscribe to our newsletter? Well, or why should they join our LinkedIn? Because it's going to be relevant for them. So that's our hope and thought, that we get the help of our EURAXESS centers and other actors to spread this.
I have a question towards the two meetings physically. Is this a long-standing practice? That's the first question. And the second one is because I just see that we have also once a year a physical meeting, and going to play. I mean, Austria is not so big like Sweden, but still it takes resources. It's overnight. So it's also that. It's time, traveling, blah, blah. So this is paid by the institution. And yeah, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about that.
Yes, so this has been, as I said, since it's been project managed by Gothenburg and now Linköping for, well, more than 10 years from university. So yes, more or less during that time, it has been the setup of usually 2 meetings, except during COVID, we didn't have that many, of course, but 2 meetings per year, lunch to lunch, somewhere around the country. And we have the possibility to fund every, like the dinner and lunch and everything like that. But the traveling, you have to do kind of finance on your own. So they're getting a little bit more strict, some universities now, in how you can travel. But I would say that this is something that they fortunately can prioritize on more or less every time. We try to make the agenda very interesting, so that they can say, yeah, we need to go to this because this is our way. Because I feel like most of us, and I feel the same because I built our international staff support at Linköping University in 2018. We started that, and we have built that. And without the EURAXESS Sweden, and of course EURAXESS internationally, maybe our services would be half as good as they are right now, or half as developed, because thanks to the EURAXESS colleagues on different levels, you get to evolve your services, and that's what everyone says. Like, without the Swedish colleagues, we sit alone in our profession and try to develop something like locally, and without others and their examples and good best practices, then you wouldn't really get anywhere. So that's why people continuously can convince their bosses to go on these things that we. But we have the luxury of often being able to finance at least part of things.
How do you manage the 8 working groups? Like, physically, how do you manage those?
Yeah, they take a very high responsibility, but we as a project, we keep in contact. We make sure for every physical meeting they do a round of, like, the, what do you call it, status, like they show, okay, what have we done since last, or what is ongoing in the working group. So 2 times a year we get to hear from that side all the network, but us in the working group or in the project management, we make sure we reach out to the working groups and hear if they need any support, what are they doing. And they, because of our close collaboration, they reach us and like, can you help us spread this? And could you be part of this movie we're making so that it, it has more relevance? So I think it's they manage it on their own, but the Teams group is a great way to kind of make sure that the communication is done in a kind of effective way. But it just runs a little bit organically, I would say, fortunately.
Each group has a manager, leader, facilitator from a certain university. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. So it's someone who
Specializes, let's say, in that field.
exactly, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. What platform do you use for the communication?
Yeah, so that's the Microsoft Teams platform. Yeah. So fortunately, we had some issues. We will also take some because some universities didn't use that, but we managed to get around and help them on individual level to get started. So now everyone can join in. We found that that's the best one. Most of us we used to add in our daily life, and we think it's good for both sharing documents and working on them jointly, as well as communication. So there's other platforms where you can share documents, but the communication part is what we really wanted to do, where you can ask a question or put a comment. And
thanks a lot, Therese. It was really interesting. Can you expand, please, a little bit on the technical setup for this event when you visit the European Commission?
Absolutely. Yes. So we actually we apply for money, this was a thought we had from the beginning to do some kind of study visit. So we were approaching the end, and we realized we still had the money and left. So okay, what do we want to do? And we quickly realized that's something again with the EU. So we contacted. First of all, we wanted to set up the program or decide what we wanted to do. So we set that up together, and then we contacted. The contact points were very, very welcoming and receptive to this idea. And then since we were in charge of the money, we had funds for everyone's travel, but we put up a budget of €1,000 maximum for their travel and stay. So they knew that it might be a little bit more, especially being in Brussels, and it's not super cheap to have the hotel, but I think most managed to keep it under. And then they booked their own travel, and then they invoiced us and we paid for it. So yeah, or anything else.
The money was coming from which source?
So as we get it from this, our innovation agency, that was in how we but perhaps this could be, maybe there's other funding to get for such initiative, because you can really point to you're getting a lot further with the EURAXESS network, I would say, through such, especially going through the commission to visit the commission, but also doing it to other. It was a super appreciated. We were 20 people, so it was quite a logistical challenge.
If it makes it easier for you to convince somebody to get funding, then go ahead to process, I would say. But I understand that this is probably the main concern you're having is because we know that resources are very, very limiting. You might be asking for more human resources, and then to have funding to.
Can I just realized I can comment just on the funding. I think at least in our country, the EURAXESS Plus staff mobility is underused. So, but then you need to think of things. You need to go. We could not have gotten that because we went to 2 different countries, and you need to do 2 days in the same place usually. So thinking it could probably work if we who just had been in Brussels visiting the Commission, then visiting and maybe going somewhere else. That might have worked for Erasmus Plus funding. So, but that is an option if you make sure that you, because then that would probably cover more or less all of the travel expenses. If you want to try to set that up.
And you have a very kind person in Vinala, Erik.
We're very thankful.
You have to find that
Erik.
person who is supportive, and hopefully that will find.
Thanks, Therese. It was very inspiring. I would like just to comment on the group study visit. What we did this year for the first time was in Switzerland group study visit. So we had 2 different universities welcoming the EURAXESS network on 2 days, and we just saw best practices of those universities. And that was also very nice. And we had dinner in the evening, so it was a bit smaller scale, but it was also very nice.
I think it's you can just encourage. I think we do the same to encourage each other to go on like study visits to each other, just to know, oh, you work very much with the XR Excellence. Okay, I go to you, and some do, and some we also try to encourage them to, you know, look up other entities around Europe, or just again with the Erasmus Plus funding and go abroad. So we've had a few who done like these things. So we kind of try to, and of course, go to the EURAXESS when possible when you have the study visits, like the official ones through EURAXESS, to encourage the people to go. But yeah, like you say, a national study visit is also very valuable.
So there are more questions. We have a bit more time because apparently my colleagues are still making sandwiches. But I think there's one point, there's actually one point that was included in the AOB. So in case there are no questions about EURAXESS, please, and then thanks a lot and exchanging during lunch. There's one more point that we want to include AOB. So relates to EURAXESS Portugal. I think last time we met in December in Brussels, we wasn't sure how things would look like, and Margarita has informed several of us, but I think now it's a good moment also to hear a little bit more on what's happening in EURAXESS.
Thank you very much. Just to give you some update, because in the last meeting I gave some hints, but not exactly more, nothing more concrete than that. In fact, I have moved into another direction general of the ministry. The ministry itself has changed a lot. There is a focus on innovation together with research. So things are in a different path, I think. And I now work at the Division of International Cooperation in a Department of Studies, Planning and Evaluation. So it's a policy structure. And I will stop doing the implementation of, but rather studies and support in whatever I can in terms of international cooperation in my division. My experience at EURAXESS is fantastic, so I think it will help me a lot. And I'd like to congratulate Slaven for the initiative of having all these testimonies and experiences that are in fact enriching and inspiring. And I hope I can do a better job in the future.
Thanks so much, Margarita. And any questions, any comments, anything to share before we head downstairs? Okay, so then thanks a lot again. And what are the lunchtime formalities? We'll be back at 2:30, 1:30.
I think
1:30. We should start at 1:30, so 5 to 10 minutes before upstairs. And for those that are here on site, we will go in groups downstairs. My colleague waits for you downstairs. There are a bunch of these gates you can look at. So there's always going to be a colleague guiding you through it. It's going to be outside, and then reconvene in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Can we leave our stuff?
You can leave your stuff here. It shouldn't be separate.
We'll join. That's fine.
I'm just thinking, no, it's fine.
The pass already.
No, I'm good. There's something.
But I will be down. I've been talking from James.
Yes.
Start.
Right, colleagues, we will slowly start with a very interesting topic.
More into,
Biennial conference, so please find
no,
your seats and we will start. And this time also online colleagues can hear us from the beginning. Good. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break and thank you for proactively starting to come upstairs. That's very good. Like this, we can start on time. We have quite some important topics to discuss. I think we are starting with a very interesting and fun one, which is the biennial conference that is taking place end of October in Bulgaria. The registrations have been closed and the work is very much going in full speed. The Bulgarian colleagues are working hard on that together with colleagues from the seats, and we're also involved to some extent. And I'm sure you might have questions, you might have ideas. I think this is the first moment that everybody is being informed about what to expect. So we have Tanya with us, and with that, I'll pass the floor to Tanya to tell us more about what to expect of October.
So hello everyone. It is a pleasure. Is it working?
Not really.
I think you have to go closer.
Okay. Now you're hearing? Okay, so hello everyone. It is a pleasure to me to present you the latest updates regarding the upcoming biennial conference that Bulgaria will host in October. On behalf of Sofia University and WHO Bulgaria, I wanted to express how excited, glad, and happy we are to welcome you in Sofia. Our intention is not only to organize a successful conference, but also to create an event that strengthens cooperation across EURAXESS network and helps shape its direction. As I've already said, the venue was selected. It will be Hilton Sofia. Location is very central, it's easily accessible. Participants who arrive at Sofia Airport can reach it directly by Metro, and it will take not more than 30 minutes. The hotel was recently renovated and redesigned, applying principle hotel in the park and park in the hotel. It combines modern conference infrastructure with a strong it's not working. Okay. With a strong sustainability focus and a farm-to-table philosophy inspired by the Bulgarian agricultural traditions. Registration has been completed successfully, and so far we have 170 participants out of planned capacity of 180. But before opening the redistribution procedure for the remaining vulnerable seats, we would like to conduct a final analysis of the qualifications. Our objective is to ensure balanced representation across the network and practically take into account countries' larger networks that would not be sufficiently represented. Once the location is completed, we will start with travel arrangements. As Sofia University is public institutions, we need to follow strictly the Public Procurement Act. We already have selected travel agency that will start contacting you individually. And this process will be monitored by my colleague in Bazasov. Here I would like to make one important remark for these participants that intend to travel by car. The only thing that you need to do is to inform us by mail, and we will send you all the information. That's all requirements. This is all regarding the.
Ask you a question about this one.
Yeah.
Is it okay? The question is like there are about 20 people, around 20 people who do workshops. They could register, but they're not officially, part of the registration paid by the EU, but they pay themselves. Should they also go through the travel arrangement as described, or should they do everything completely by themselves? What do you suggest?
They are paying by themselves. They don't need to know, but
But there's more in connection, for example, to the hotel booking, that at least it would make sense that they stay in the same hotel. So can they do this? Are those 20 hotel rooms booked and they can just say, this is one of me, I paid myself? Or do they have to book the hotel themselves?
Only 180. What is a plant?
Yeah.
We already discussed with them and reserved 10 more rooms just in case. But
Something you need to maybe to consider, because there are 20 seats and they all are in the same boat. They're all in the same situation. So maybe you could consider maybe ask if there are then 10 more, because then at least, that could be an idea. Otherwise, those 20 people all come with the same questions.
so hotels, we have divided to 2 hotels. Actually, participants will be divided. Half will be at the same hotel that it will be venue, and half will be in another hotel that is very nice at the very city center. And this second hotel has enough capacity to.
So it may not be an issue of capacity. Maybe we can be seen if the self-sponsored can book at the same price. So then the hotel says, okay, you can have a discount code or whatever. So it is at a discounted price in case they want to stay, because we're already booking so much. I think this has to be checked with the hotel. Often they are okay to do so to some amount. And it's going to be, of course, first come, first serve. If the hotel is full, they will not be possible. There seem to be a lot of good alternatives.
Thank you. I also wanted to clarify the self-funded participants because they shouldn't have been registered through the extranet. Should we somehow let you know, because the Excel file should be somehow shared, but I don't know if it has been completed this stage, because we didn't respond. We still waited for the extranet interface to be extended by those that should be self-payers. So it's
we're
rather not
still
clear
working on the program and on all the speakers, workshop reading, etc. We are proposing, we are doing changes.
But how should we then let you know that you should count with this and that many workshop facilitators, so you're aware that the capacity that you have for your catering and rooms, that is still okay, or how we are doing, because we haven't registered those facilitators if they are going outside of the national quota.
Well,
I mean, so this is very much work in progress. Just for information, here what we have seen is that the budget is under a lot of pressure. So normally, self-funded participants, it's usually a yes, right? But here we have to see, because even a self-funded participant still has some costs. So there is currently analysis of the costs ongoing. Also, a lot will depend on the travel tickets, right? And the idea is then, of course, to see what is the financial flexibility, how far can we go, how many self-funded participants can we have, because there's still the catering, there is some goodies, some activities. So a self-funded participants does not cost €0 to the project. There is a cost with it, although limited. If you have a lot, it adds up. When it comes to the workshop, leaders, moderators, well, the idea is actually to see what is the demand. There are some remaining seats, as mentioned by Tanya. These remaining seats should, in first instance, be given to those that are, for example, organizing a workshop, because they're very active and part of the program. And then we will see what is the leftover remaining seats. So it's a bit of there's still some question marks regarding that. We need to see what is the scale of how many how many participants are self-funded, how many are those organizing workshops that haven't yet been registered. That's going to be a matter of, it's very much a budget. This is totally a budget, especially at the end.
Can I also add something, Slaven?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting. I raised my hand, but obviously not visible for everyone. What I wanted to remark here is that actually Vera did a change in the registration, and there is a field that you have to mark if you cover yourself your travel. So you have to register, but marking there that you cover yourself. This is just a little remark.
Just a comment on that. So indeed, there is a section where you can add if you're self-funded. However, the quotas that are set for each nation, even if you are self-funded, those registrations will be counted towards the national quota, which is the issue in the registration system, and it's unfortunately not possible to change. So that's why I have asked previously that if you have people beyond what can fit in this registration form, you can send them in an Excel file to me, and then we will be adding them one by one.
Just a technical question. Do we already know when we can start with bookings? Because I mean, when the budget is tight, in my opinion, it would be good to start as soon as possible and not like with the AGM when they wait until the very last minute and make everything as expensive as it can be.
Sure. The booking can start when the project has received the money.
It happens.
It depends on several factors, but it is.
But everything will be done for you. Because I wanted to.
And you don't book yourself unless if they are self-financed, but there is a team in Sofia who will take care of your travel and accommodation. So you don't have to book anything yourself. And unless for those self-sponsored, but that you need to wait for a confirmation.
Yes, I think it's not working again. Okay.
There's a delay.
So to what concerns the program, it is built around several objectives. It is supporting academic freedom and research opportunities, reinforcing operational excellence, strengthening network coherence, enhancing staff competences, ensuring inclusion of newcomers, and facilitating collaboration across. Okay, no.
See if I can help you from here.
So the program follows well-known 3-day structure. The first day will be high-level plenary sessions, focus on strategy, policy, and networking. Second day will be dedicated to workshops and practical capacity building. And day 3 comes the next steps. As you know, you may participate also online the meeting. Workshop concept, something that is different this year. We've got to have 3 slots of workshops. The first one will be 2 hours length, bigger capacity, and we will focus on co-creation, knowledge, and communities of practice, which is directly connected to the new project. The topics that we are considering are welcome and integration, academia, Rebecca, and mobility and visa support. The second slot will contain 6 parallel workshops that will be shorter, an hour and a half, with less capacity, more practice oriented. Here are listed the topics that we discussed. Touching research talents, advancing research mobility through peer learning, diversity and inclusion, supporting mid-career researchers, and supporting researchers for mid-transitions. And in the third slot, follow on the same principles, but here I would like to open one door that actually we have less topics, and we would like to encourage you, in case you see that some topic is missing but is really relevant and want to discuss and to include it. We are not going to open official procedure for expressing the interest. So the only thing that you can do is to inform us about the idea, explaining it by email to me, my colleagues, and especially our colleagues from the seat. And we will come back to you discussing. The only thing that you keep to remind is that we cannot afford having external speakers or somebody that are not funded by the project. And this is shortly about the conference. I'll be happy to answer more questions if you have. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya, for this presentation. I would like to start with words of gratitude. I believe I can speak in the name of all of us. We are really grateful to you for this great job done together with project coordinators, of course. But now let me go into the detail and bring some critical points as well. And I would like to start with some general remarks. When it comes to these 3 workshop sessions, I really believe this is an overkill. To offer 3 workshop sessions means to me that in the third one, nobody will be physically able to process this information anymore. And the point is here, we are delivering this conference not just for ourselves, but for the community. So we need to provide some interactive aspects, to provide some networking opportunities for them. So maybe it would be the idea to consider another format, not a workshop, but maybe, let's say, a World Cafe format or whatever. So to make people network, because this conference is not just for us as BHO, this conference is for the community, and this is for them the opportunity to network and to come together. Of course, I understand the topic that we want to address all the relevant topics from the project, but I believe some networking, some interactive aspect should be included. This is my first point, and the second remark I have, I've just noticed my personal sweetheart research security is in the session 3 with only 1.5 hours. I'm extremely unhappy about that, and I believe I can speak also in the name of the co-task leader, ETH Zurich. We are organizing a good exchange of knowledge, and I would love to see this workshop more prioritized at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. As I already explained, this is not the final version of the program. Still, we need to clarify a lot of matters, and we will try to organize the whole conference in an interactive way, and not only sitting and waiting presentations. Maybe someone. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's well noted. Like Tanya said, I mean, there is so the worst of the good things that they're modular, so you can move it around sessions. You know, if it's very well argumented that a workshop needs more time. Of course, it can go to the 2 hours. But the main thing is that the reason for providing 3 sessions instead of two, so 3 slots instead of 2 slots, is because even though some of us we can have the perception, and also we can conduct surveys among our EURAXESS service centers saying what you prefer, 2 or 3. The point is that at the end, it's 2 is not enough, 3. So 2 is not enough, maybe 3 is too much. So we had to make a decision. So the decision was whether to have maybe 10 parallel sessions. So people, and we heard from the data, from the surveys, that they were extremely frustrated because they would like to go like three different parallel sessions at the same time. Of course, they couldn't. They have to choose. So this is why we also made these 3 slots. We know that it could be tiring. About the work affair, the format, of these workshops, it can be decided by the workshop or the organizer. So there is not a formula to do the workshop. So if you want to make it more interactive, especially those who are in the last slot, feel free. I think the rules will allow you to be a little bit more interactive. So regarding this, this point. So there is some flexibility towards the format to make it more interactive so people don't get very tired. But regarding choosing 2 to 3 was a matter of decision. It was not based on the information that we have from previous conferences. It was not about feeling the topics of the conference, of the project. It was not about that. It was more decided based on what people would like to go, and we thought that three sessions is better than 2. You have more opportunity to engage with different people and to hear from different topics. What?
Maybe can you repeat the question, maybe, or do you need that one? It's a very short question. How about remaining seats? I didn't really catch that. How about the seats allocated versus?
Once we conduct this final review in terms of countries, once we conduct this final review in terms of country allocation, we will come back to you with information.
So it's just
for sure we will have another round of the distribution, but I cannot say if there'll be only 10, 5, or.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I think we can move forward. Okay, one more, one more question.
So maybe for the third half day, can you say a little bit more, or is there already some more knowledge what it would be content-wise? Because I somehow, I can make a little bit of the connection. I understand that this was a matter of deciding, and it's too little, too much, etc. But the way it looks now is like it has a very dense day 2 with lots of interaction and feeling of, oh, whoa, was this and that. And then the third day comes across rather like key messages, next steps, etc. And it would be my feeling, and maybe this is also a little bit connected to what Vitali just mentioned, that we need to ensure, or maybe also some space to let people more freely connect. Maybe this World Cafe is something to take up for the third day, to have some envelope where you can, with a fresh hat, share what you've seen and heard. So not only in the plenary, just, saying we discussed this and that, but sort of having, I don't know, it feels a little bit like missing space for this, not so much networking, but this informal talking about what I've heard, learned during a workshop or so. So I somehow understand that. Yeah, maybe yeah.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Okay, well, I think with that, we can conclude the discussions on biennial conference. As we already mentioned, we are still consolidating the registrations very much. So don't be alarmed if you don't hear anything within the next few days, but indeed it's happening. And once we have a full picture of the registrations, we're able to think more about the redistribution of seats and so on. So we will very much keep you posted on that. Now we are going to move forward to a part of our agenda that is reoccurring and very important, which is to include our colleagues from EURAXESS worldwide. It's quite important and something that we have emphasized more and more, that there could be maybe more bridges built between us. And I think the updates that we are about to receive will also show the importance of that. So today I'm happy to have with me Carlis from EURAXESS China and Judith from EURAXESS Japan, and they will share updates on the latest events and happenings in EURAXESS worldwide. Who is starting? Carlis, is that you?
Hey, hello. I share the screen, so let me start with that.
Go ahead.
And then I will be speaking first. So Carlis is going to administer the slides for us.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone. And let me just say that we are very happy to be here. Collaborating with colleagues is always a joy. I have just finished a European Focus Day at the EU delegation here in Tokyo, literally an hour ago, and it has been very, very successful. We had 10 speakers from 10 European embassies, not necessarily members of the EU, but we tried to introduce collaborations between European and Japanese partners, because Japan has just associated to Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe. So let us start. As you probably know, all of us are based in different countries. I'm in Tokyo and Carlis is in Beijing. And the European, yes, I can see that. Okay, and the European side of EURAXESS is doing something very similar to what we do, and then something very different from what we do. There are certain aspects of our work that are not covered by EURAXESS Europe and vice versa. So I think we kind of do the same job as in research and mobility, career opportunities, advertising for different kind of partners, not only researchers and academia, but also in industry. And these networking opportunities that we have also done today is especially welcomed by the diaspora and the Japanese and Chinese and any national audience. Carlis, could you please go ahead? Next slide, please. Yes. So as you can see, this is the EURAXESS worldwide team. There are altogether 9 hubs. We literally cover the entire world. And next slide, please. Thank you. We have annual gatherings, get-togethers, trainings in Brussels once a year. And our number of activities last year reached 434, as you can see, the numbers right there. There are altogether 363 participations in outreach events. What does it mean? For example, if there is an entity organizing an event in our countries, and we are typically invited as speakers or facilitators, and this gives us an opportunity to collaborate and learn about new partners and recruit new membership also to our hubs. There are altogether 80,000 attendees as of last year, and today's data of 130 attendees will definitely add to the 2026 numbers. Carlis, next one, please. Slide is not moving. Yes, there you go. Okay, I think I'm done with the introductions and Carlis is going to take over. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. So all the overall numbers, I will go into a little bit of more detail about events and then provide a bit of almost a personal examples from what we do in China to give a little bit of a depth to what we've shared today. So we do provide information, and that might be specific details of one of the Horizon Europe funding schemes. It might be occasional sessions focused on a specific application process. We provide opportunities for the European researchers in our destination, in our locations, and the locals to network, to get to know each other, and therefore also get to know Europe better. Sometimes it goes down to specific matchmaking of opportunities, as in, for example, hosts for MSCA. And we do really focus on connecting the European research diaspora with the EU delegation or delegations in our regions, and the member state embassies that can provide both support in terms of sort of research connections, but also, of course, it's important to help people succeed in general in their location where they're working and living. And some of us spend a lot of time in fairs, depending on the region and the formats that are popular in that region. Some of us do spend time essentially interacting with individuals from entities and individuals who might be interested in applying on an individual basis to travel to Europe for research work. I want to highlight a global event that we do every year. I've been doing it since 2023, which is a gathering of testimonials and presentations of MSc opportunities, specifically postdoctoral fellowship opportunities across Europe, and delivering those virtually to our audiences. The last year it was a live event that happened in 2 sessions. This year is coming up, and what we will be doing is delivering on-demand recordings by MSCA national contact points from a variety of European countries, and then delivering them to our stakeholders at our regions on YouTube, or in the case of China, also on Youku behind the Chinese firewall, in making sure that our participants, the interested individuals, have an opportunity to really hear directly from the source about their opportunities that there are, and especially the support that is available for postdoctoral fellowship applicants. In terms of Asia, since Judith and I are zooming in or beaming in from the eastern part of the world, let me offer a few examples of what we've done and we continue doing. This year we organized a Pan-Asia information session about the ERC grants, and this happened only 2 weeks ago, with more than 1,000 participants live joining in, and then the videos available later on, giving a chance to share a presentation from ERC, but then also a regionally based applicant sharing his experience in applying and then delivering the project. On the left side or the right side, you can see several posts from the WeChat social network that I run for China, which highlights not just directly Horizon Europe materials, but also resources such as presentations on, there's an example of a webinar training on effective presentation methodologies. That's something that a EURAXESS national organization was doing, and we were promoting that to Chinese participants. Also funding opportunities and opportunities to create connections between Scandinavia and Chinese institutions. Again, something that where we take our presence in a specific region and amplify the opportunities that are available to those who might be interested in connecting to Europe. Specifically in China, there is a extra prominence to working with the European researcher diaspora, Chinese institutions are famously opaque and hard to get to, and this is both on with regards to academic connections, faculty, but also for European science diplomats, including the EU delegation here in Beijing. And so we organize events and provide online presence and groups for the small but quite strong European research diaspora that that are embedded in the Chinese landscape, in the research institutions, and then gather them regularly, including in bringing them to Beijing to give a chance for the European science diplomats working in China, in Beijing, to really interact one-on-one with their diaspora, with their compatriots, and really learn about what's going on and hear directly from the source, and also provide, of course, the information to them about the opportunities in Europe, including things like the ERA chair opportunities and others, specifically very closely tailored to individuals who are from Europe working outside of Europe. So the scale of our presence is, as I highlighted, through social media, but of course we also run regional portals, and those deliver news that get adapted to the specific audiences, assuming that there is some kind of preferences, cultural context, and of course for some of our regions there are dedicated funding schemes that require extra promotion, or in case of China, there are situations of restrictions on Chinese participation, and therefore extra communication has to be delivered to those participants who might be interested, and therefore, so to sum it up, you've seen the scale, the numbers, and the ways that we work. We really would like to thank all of you for keeping the national portals up to date. That helps us to boost that information that's out there already. We all of us proactively use those materials, but we also appreciate any outreach from any participant in the EURAXESS requesting either a special outreach or a campaign or any other form of support that we can provide, be that globally, so something that where you reach all of us and we will deliver it in our regions, or something, if you have anything in mind that is for a specific region, please don't hesitate to reach out to us and to either some of us or just one of us to really amplify that message for our stakeholders. And please, as I've already highlighted, please help. Don't hesitate to speak to us to help you reach your researcher diaspora in again all over the world. So that's all from us. 谢谢, arigatou gozaimashita. And thank you. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Carlis and Judith, for that very interesting overview of the activities in your networks. I think especially the suggestions for potential synergies is something that should be further developed and discussed. But I don't know, is there at this point any questions in the room? Yes. Let me... Microphone.
Alice, thank you so much for what you explained and the work you're doing. I was wondering, because you are in the situation of having a direct contact with researchers far away from Europe, and we do have on the national portals this, how do we call it, the research landscape or research landscape profiles or something like that. And I was wondering if you or your colleagues have a take on what country could be a best practice in terms of this is in a form information provided that this speaks to the researchers. And maybe I should be transparent that I sometimes feel that maybe it's not the format that it speaks, but that's it would be really interesting if you have some insights with this in this direction. Thank you.
I'll take the question, Judith, unless you have.
I actually just wanted to say, if you do not mind, just a few words. I think it's really, really different in every single country. For example, I know for a fact that in Korea and Japan, personal contact is what really works. So, for example, we have to do lots of networking, lots of events, and also visiting lots of events and getting ourselves invited to personally meet the researchers. That works best, at least in our hubs. Carlos?
Definitely for the delivery of this information on the Asian end, a lot of it is personal communication. But with regards to the material that we can deliver, my impression is that with the national portals, what people are most interested in, the thing that is really, really most of interest is visas. So in the Chinese case, questions about the security processes that go into visa issuing and security assessment, because there's a lot of concerns about Chinese researchers not getting visas. But then I would say that for example, very recently there was a report from Belgium focused on the opportunities. EURAXESS Belgium focused on opportunities in the French-speaking part of Belgium, and that once I put that out on social media, I got a very strong engagement because I think that what happened was it was very specific, went down to regional level to very clear opportunities. So my sense is that the research landscape materials are used as general reference, but what really draws attention is very that's what draws the crowd in.
Thank you.
I take the mic from Yulil, and I just half sentence remark that I hope that that the 4C project will provide some ideas for how to improve the research landscape related information in a good way. This is one of my goals in the 4C project.
Your pleasure.
If I may chime in, I also see that what most researchers are really insecure about here in Japan is contacting Europeans. I hear that oftentimes when there are collaborations built, it's usually the European partner that reaches out first to the Japanese side, and vice versa. There is this very hesitation and insecurity about how Europeans would respond. So I'm thinking that's something that we could actually collaborate with regard to your centers and EURAXESS worldwide. Then we could build this sort of trust, between researchers. So the Japanese partners or Chinese researchers would see how it is actually possible and how welcoming the European side is towards them.
Very good. Thank you, Judith. Any other questions in the room or online? Nothing? Okay.
I would have
there's one.
Yeah, may I?
Oh, yes. You're online. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. It's always hard a bit, and with We Forgotten here online, it's not so prominent. Yes, thanks a lot to both of you from Luxembourg. I would have a question regarding this event where you promote the hosting opportunities on the MSA postdoctoral fellowships, because I discovered it last year and wondered why our NCP was not in. How was the way it was communicated? Did you expect from our side actually that we somehow motivate them, that we spread the word, because they told me they were not informed? And so the question is, if there was just the wrong contact maybe at the contact point, or if I missed something as national coordinator that I should have made, like the link, and that you get also some contributions from our country. So that would be very nice if you could elaborate a bit on that. And the other Oh, that's actually Judith. I saw the same thing with the researcher from Japan who contacted me because he was insecure how to reach out to our ecosystem. And I thought it was more because he's like a Nordic career researcher and then always thinks, you know, he has less to offer maybe, but it could also be a cultural thing. And therefore, since I totally confirm what you just said, it might be interesting to have maybe a webinar or something on that. So if you ever need support on this, just let me know. Voilà, that's it from my side. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Carl, please correct me if I'm wrong, but those that webinar and those webinars in the past were centrally managed. I think it was Christina and colleagues reached out. CPs and points, contact points. What do you remember from last year?
Yeah, exactly. That it was a central reach out from our end, and I assume it went to a sort of a central communication point for the NCPs. But yeah, I don't really know who exactly was the first recipient of that message when we were collecting the contributions.
Yes, but to be honest, we are very much looking forward to collaborating with, with all of you. I think for us it would be a godsend to organize more webinars together and connecting, researchers at your end and at our end. I think that's our goal, especially since more of our countries and regions are now associated to Horizon Europe. So there is a very increasing demand for, contact building.
Yeah, just maybe to add one more, and when I started, it was around 2020, there were webinars introducing the national research ecosystems organized by EURAXESS worldwide. So these ones I think are very beneficial because there in some days actually you have like the overview of different countries, maybe even comparison depending on the way it is presented. So if that could be somehow revived, I think it would be interesting. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I think that would be most welcome. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much for the replies and the question as well. Unless there's any other questions online or, okay, more questions. Where is the other mic?
It's a reply we were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, okay, a reply. Okay. Yeah. Is the other? Okay, did you want to say something as well?
Yes, I would like to say something about this question of how the NCPs were reached out, and maybe this is actually a good point to make a critical remark. So the idea is great. Last year, so generally speaking, the NCPs received it through the NCP coordinator direct email explaining what is planned, etc. Last year was good because it came in time, so you had a chance to prepare for that. This year, I must say, it was a little bit on the short note, and we, I understood the concept, and we were also in touch, but it was just not doable within very short time to produce a small video introducing the research landscape, etc. So maybe I can link it to have it on a positive side. I think it would be great to have a second chance for this, because I understand that you will work on this on demand or something in the future. So maybe if you could do this again in autumn, that would be probably then feasible. Also to jump in. And maybe this is also a very good point in time then to say, okay, one could approach both the NCPs for the MSCA, but also the BHOs. So maybe some, some are with same hats and institutions anyway. I also would like to add that we had a test for us how to present our Austrian research ecosystem or the landscape. We did this in, I don't know, in June or in April, I don't remember, in April, somewhere in the spring, also in the context of the previous project together with UAD. And it was very nice having your help of bringing this message across to Southeastern Asia was, I think, or Japan, I don't remember. So for this area, and we tried to do it through ERC projects, which was an interesting exercise for us to show where are our centers of excellence, and then talk with researchers about how beautiful it is to come to Europe. So just as comment.
Thanks for that feedback.
Hello, Judith, Carlis. Thank you very much for the input. And very much in this line, I mean, we are aware that for you, I mean, being the team that you are in Europe, being the number of countries that we are, is quite challenging to actually how to exactly do this for every single country. So with having that in mind, we actually included one important task within our project, which is basically, we called it, because it's the trendy thing, we call this sort of Choose Europe for Science events. And basically the idea there is that BHOs will be leading the organization of these online events to showcase their national scenarios. This, of course, can include the opportunities to implement EU-funded projects in the country through the collaboration with NCPs and so on, but also the possibility of showcasing national programs or whatever they consider necessary. So we actually had a bit of a discussion with your coordinator about the relevance and the usefulness for you as an initiative to actually have this contact. And as I said, it's there. It will be starting, I think, sometime around starting from next autumn and so on. And yeah, in those regards, we were just discussing that probably when we come back from summer, we will have a bilateral meeting with all of you at EURAXESS Worldwide, just to give you a bit of an overview of where the project is trying to go and the kind of connections that we can do. But most certainly, those events, I think, are the most straightforward, clear connection and win-win possibility for collaborating between the national networks and EURAXESS Worldwide.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you for that as well. I think at this point there are no other questions. So in that regard, thank you very much, Judith and Carlis, for joining us today. This is very interesting, and we look forward to future collaborations as well, which I'm sure will be further developed. So thank you, and have a good, I don't know what time it is where you are, but have a good rest of the evening or morning or wherever your time
Yeah,
is.
it's night in Asia. Yeah, thank you so much for having
Okay.
us. Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Okay, are you all feeling the temperature rising in the room now? Because I'm definitely feeling it, but let's try and push through. So this basically means that the presentation aspects of our BHO meeting concludes here, and we will now move on to more interactive aspects. So as you saw in a preparatory email that you received from us, we will be having a roundtable now regarding measuring data or data impact and so on. Data impact, I'm really overheating. Measuring impact with the data. And we had a few questions for you that we asked you to prepare for, nothing official in terms of presentations and so on. But we really feel like this aspect is something that is almost a bit overdue in terms of the statistics that we collect, the information that we ask you to provide as BHOs and so on, as we do realize that there are some gaps and we might not always be asking for the most relevant information, which of course varies a lot from country to country as well. But as you have seen, the questions that we sent you beforehand, okay, let's go through these. There we go. So the main point of today's discussion is very much to look at what do you as national networks collect in terms of data, also beyond what we as EURAXESS are asking you to submit, what the service centers are submitting through the biannual statistics, but then also, of course, what US BHOs submit through the PAT pool. So the main goal that we have for today is to really have a bit of an overview of your viewpoints, your experiences. First of all, when it comes to what additional statistics you might be collecting, what you find most relevant, but then also, of course, to have a look at what we ask you to submit. What do you think is missing? What is actually relevant? What do we ask from you in terms of statistics that actually provide something useful for us as a network? So indeed, what we will be discussing is, first of all, the statistics or indicators that you collect currently. And then if you believe that the EURAXESS statistics are adequately reflecting the impact that your network is having currently? And then, of course, as mentioned, what additional indicators should be added to make this as comprehensive of an overview of the impact that we're having as a network? I have asked Susanna to present a little or a short overview of how this is done in their network. Do you want to come here and present? Or so you can grab this chair. And then based on Susanna's presentation, we will be able to base further discussions on this. So with that, I hand over to you.
Thank you. In the Czech Republic, I had this presentation last year on the same date. And I need to say that there is one difference from the last year. We have still 15 service centers and 28 members. Last year it was only 27. And it's a great number and it's possible to track it. What is not possible to track are the numbers of incoming researchers, existing researchers, and those who are leaving from the Czech Republic, at least based on the statistics which we upload to the portal. And that's why I started to ask, and Monica was the reason. Because she asked me to let her know how many researchers do we have, the foreign researchers, and what is the percentage of researchers comparing to the all researchers, so also Czech researchers and so on. And I needed to contact the Ministry of Interior because I didn't know this number. And I received actually the answer. And I'm not sure if you can see it, but this is the statistic given from the Ministry of Interior from the annual report for the year 25 and 24. Each year, so by the end of the year, divided into regions. And you can see that the number is very low. It makes 1% of all types of residence permits issued in the Czech Republic. But this number, or those two numbers, include only the holders of long-term residence permit for the purpose of scientific research. And it doesn't include the people coming from European Union, so from another member states, European citizens. And we cannot get the number when we make some statistics or when we want to say, look how good we are and how many foreign researchers do we have here in the Czech Republic. So I was contacting Vera, asking if the numbers which we submit in the statistics may be changed, because I received or I had some questions like why I'm not able to get the exact numbers of foreign researchers. Why do we track the numbers of questions for the EC, and how actually the EC work with the numbers, what they get from that, and which numbers would be relevant for me or for my colleagues to know. And I contacted my colleagues from the Czech network, and I also received some information from them, which will be, which I have also in the presentation. I'm not sure how much you could see what we track. This is our data collection in our EURAXESS service center, because we are not only BHO, but we are also EURAXESS Service Center, and we use those numbers for quite detailed statistics. For example, the first column is the date of submission of the application, so we can predict or we can have the statistics. What are the most busy months of the year, and also in relation to the embassies and consulates of the Czech Republic, then the place where the application is submitted. So we divided if the application is submitted in the Czech Republic, so it's the Department of Asylum and Migration Policy, or in another state. So those are the newcomers who submitted the application somewhere else than at the Ministry of Interior. Then the type of residence permit, we have the code, like we have fixed codes for each type of residence permit which we use. So it's clear we have, I think, like nine types which we work with, and then it's possible to get the number and to filter if it was someone who is the newcomer who submitted the application for long-term residence permit for the purpose of scientific research or for family reunification. And then the other column is there are the categories like scientist, researcher, spouse, and child. So we can also filter how many researchers do we have, how many spouses, and how many children. We can also make the statistics according to the gender and filter according more and more details or those categories. Then we also collect surnames and names, which are not here because it's not relevant for statistics. So we use it just because we work with the Ministry of Interior based on the power of attorney. And if we want to know some details, then we need to write them the name, surname, and date of birth. We also collect the date of birth because of the communication with the ministry, but also because we can get the like approximate stage of career according to the age of the researcher. We collect the nationalities, and this is actually interesting information for statistics and for some reports. So it's not that necessary, but it's great to know from where the people are coming. Then the other column is the validity of residence permit, which is also not collected for statistics, but only for our purposes, internal purposes. If there is something special or not usual, then we make a note, like for example, that the person is, or the researcher is changing the purpose of stay from study to scientific research. We also collected the email address because we communicate with the researcher directly, and for our internal purposes, we also collect the employer institution. So that's it. And we get quite nice reports and statistics from just few columns, and currently it's just our EURAXESS Service Center who collect it, but we want to implement it for other EURAXESS Service Centers in the Czech Republic as well. And we were talking about it since last year, and they agree with this because they can get nice numbers which are representative. Yeah. And when I asked my colleagues to let me know how they use the data which they submit to the portal. They said that they have never used it, or one service center they told me that they use it once for some specific project. It doesn't reflect the data which supposed to be reported. So they really need to know how many European researchers are coming, or how many non-EU researchers are coming to the Czech Republic, etc. As a good, it's good to know the topics from the statistics which we submitted on the portal, because it's the basement for another project or to implement a new service. And I asked them how they fill in the data, the numbers, and in 90% they answered that it's just a qualified guess, because they cannot just make like the note every after every email, after every phone call, etc. Yeah, and I asked them to let me know how they get the data. So mainly it's based on the HR, on their internal HR systems or student systems in case of students or PhD students. And they are starting with the new evidence of related to the onboarding. They have their own Excel spreadsheet with their own categories. I found out that some of them, they have, they also collect the data like from the beginning of the job contract until the end of job contract. And they mainly report the data to the management of the university or for annual reports or for their own purposes. And yeah, and they were asking me if it's possible somehow to or to collect the data according to the field for specialization of the research, but I think it's very, very complicated. And I think that's it. Yeah. This is what we can get from our statistics and what they collect on the regional level. So numbers of newly incoming researchers and family members, gender ratio, nationalities, and what type of services do they provide? And how is it with you?
Thank you so much. Very interesting. For me, there is a clear distinction. Like the first part of your presentation was about the incoming and outgoing researchers in my country. This is done by statistics, like the state level statistics bureau. In our case, for example. So I don't know, because I don't work in the service center. I don't know their internal systems, indeed, what they collect and how, but they don't provide it to me, nor to the EURAXESS. EURAXESS, the European Commission, has never gathered that kind of data via EURAXESS. We have always, our statistics has been about what kind of requests we are getting to know what is the service that we need to provide more, or what is the most interesting service in EURAXESS, which is like two totally different topics for me, from my perspective. So indeed, I have normally in my in my organization that is an umbrella organization, right? So it's not a service center. I have every year I go and look at the statistics of Estonia to see the numbers of incoming, outgoing, and this is very much what Reiko is also doing. This is the already existing data, or where there are gaps. Slaven told us in the morning. Yeah, so I think for EURAXESS, I would not want to be the one to be also channeling this information towards Commission, as this is done by other services, at least from my perspective. I really wanted to say that. So yeah, maybe later about EURAXESS statistics and these things that we have been gathering up until now.
Thank you. Elisa, go ahead.
I just realized that I have a mic here. So, yeah, following the line that Siri was saying, that these type of statistical data are gathered at state level, but the granulated level is very, very, very low. But now, in the last, I would say, last 3 months, 6 months, we have been working with the Ministry of Science and Education together with the Ministry of Migration to get better data on this. It's not easy because the peculiarities of the process, of the entry procedures. So there is different ways to get into. So, but they are getting a good data. Actually, we will. So yeah, we will have national data. Going through a bottom-up approach to the institutions, asking them how many, collecting this data from the institutions. We did a survey like 6 months again when all this choose for science, choose for Spain, choose Europe, choose Spain initiative started together with the Ministry of Science. Sorry, we launched a survey among our EURAXESS service centers, asking them what are the barriers, and we also asked how many visas or how many residence permit for researchers are you actually helping to do or doing yourself. And what we gather is that the variety, the diversity of our EURAXESS service centers is so huge. Well, first, you don't get all of them to answer you. That's for sure. I would say only like 50% of them. Then the diversity within our EURAXESS service centers was like, many of the answers were like, I don't do this kind of procedures. I can try to get you the data. Let's see what I find, but I can do it. Obviously, some of them, they are the units doing these procedures, helping researchers to do the whole thing. And then they can tell you, I every year I do 200, whatever. But many of them, they couldn't. So, once again, knowing the institutions, how they categorize researchers, which is a big issue in the definition and the R1, R2, and R3 and all that, we all know that. Especially with doctoral students, we know that the quality of data maybe is not good there. So this is why we started to do the other approach with the Ministry of Science, working with them with the migration and trying to go for a more statistical point of view, using how many resident permits for researchers they are doing and so on. Okay.
Well, can you hear me? The voice from the cheap seats. Dan, are you right? Thank you for the interesting presentation, which is a little bit, the numbers of the ideas is questionable because, as you said, there is refugees, asylum seekers, academic tourism, and so we don't know exactly who are coming. And most of all, the definition, what is a researcher? There is one thing that is absolutely right, what we did, and some countries it's mandatory to give the numbers of positions that are offered with a grant, if it's a Maria Sklodowska or ERC or so. This is solid numbers and we can count on that. But what insight you can have from numbers. I'll give you an example what we are doing. I'll take, for example, the Ransman Institute. There is about 1,000 researchers a year in this institute. It's one of the best in the world. I think in the first top 50, absolutely. But only 300 are from the institute. All the others are visitors. Prominent researchers who are coming for a week, 2 weeks or so, for short periods. And this is a great impact. The same is the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, the Technion in Haifa, and so. This is excellent, and this is contribution to science, to research. The other numbers, I don't know how to evaluate. They're interesting, but what they'll give to us. Another issue that I want to point out about reporting, maybe, I don't know, that it will be mandatory with 43 countries that we are together to give once a year a new idea about reporting. Because I believe also in the wisdom of crowds. Sometimes it could be maybe a fresh, good idea, but to do something different that is meaningful or can give us more insight or understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe if I can compliment and then I drink the mic. Yeah, for Slovakia, has done the overall statistics of incoming staff is not that much clear, but still the universities are obliged to report the foreign nationals working at their institutions. So we can take the information from annual statistical year book of foreign national authority. But also from the really detailed sheets. As for the EURAXESS statistics, what you pointed out is that we just collect traditionally the number of services we provide or topics we provide. We're quite happy with the eventiotic tool, which was run by MEF. Yeah, I mean, what was maybe difficult to track there, if a person was dealing with very many consultations, for them the preferred option would be just to enter the topics as a bulk entry, not really track all the details about individual researchers, because what you mentioned, that you need to basically record every international and not just the questions, but all the personal details, and not probably everybody, especially when they deal with many queries, are able to record all the specific information. But I mean, overall, I was happy with the eventiotic tool we used to have, since there is not the possibility to upload the statistics from eventiotic to the Commission's site anymore. We somehow disconnected the obligatory entry of the national members using the eventiotic, because anyways they have to do them themselves. On the other hand, when they were using eventiotic, we could cross-check it continuously, whether they keep the records or what is going there. While it is under the EURAXESS portal, we have no mandate to cross-check it ourselves, and we somehow are disconnected from the other centers' statistics, because they just report it twice a year, and we then generous deadlines. So still, we basically don't have any power to cross-check in when it's done with the Commission way. Just another thing.
I didn't know about.
I think yeah, just mentioned, but in Irish case, for example, if we provide a help and researchers are coming with that, but just we are not allowed to ask personal information, something against the GDPR. If they want, they can do it. And on the other hand, we have a very, very, very bigger statistics on the residence permit and visas for researchers, because we manage actually the scheme and we approve applications. So all the historic data are there, and it's very, very detailed, including names, the characteristics of the projects and salaries, etc. But it's never published. It can be published,
never for individual institutions, but just generally, how many from which countries and generally in which projects people get involved and which kind of institutions. So this data is there, we gather it, and it's very, very, very detailed. It's sometimes we share it with departments of the industry, etc. Especially, and also immigration. Immigration will never share the information about permits to whom and categories. It's absolutely impossible. But nevertheless, we know that over 50% of researchers in Ireland are from outside Ireland. And yes, so, definitely. Yes.
Yeah, so just a short remark on how the application was, this application was developed. I don't know if you were there.
No.
No, okay.
It was
so
STEM. I heard about it.
Oh, really?
A lot, yes.
Okay. So it was a really deep co-creation exercise. The whole network participated, and especially coordinated and led by the members of so-called network management group at that time. So the initial form was created with the criteria to have something very quick. I mean, so you need you take very little time and put a small effort to put the best information possible for a short time, the most useful. So basically you could enter to whom the service was provided, like incoming researcher, returning, outgoing, resident support staff. This was also created. How the service was provided, was it signposting, short inquiry, or personalized assistance? And that's and the topics covered, and you could put multiple services. But the best thing is that we also worked on the group on the custom fields, and the tool was like that you could create as many custom fields as you could want or imagine, but then country decides which country custom fields will they use. So those custom fields were not mandatory by no means, but you could decide, for example, I want to track the nationality of incoming researcher, or I want to track the type of funding. And we have a list of those custom fields still. So I can share this with you. So maybe you could see some of that useful, for your tracking process. And the funny thing is that people use that a lot. And we have quite interesting data sets on, for example, researchers' profiles or, destination and country of origin. And most of this data is coming from Slovakia, Germany, and Switzerland.
Well,
May I add, I agree that we cannot, as EURAXESS, we are not in a position to collect all the country statistics. We are too small to do that, and it should be done at the national level, I believe. But what we can, of course, collect is our services statistics related to our services, which is also very crucial. And maybe we could update the already existing fields that we have to fill in, because maybe they are already outdated. So let's use what we have, but maybe improve.
And when we talked about this, we got stuck on the word impact of the network, because we don't feel like the statistic collected doesn't say anything about the impact. It just says how many questions we're getting in different topics. So we would need some kind of element of an evaluation of our services, somehow, like what was the perception of our services? Did they feel like they can find the information on the board? Like something more qualitative in evaluating to be able to do anything with it, we feel. And something about the impact that is not right now. If the question how it's put right now, if the statistics also about impact, we work a lot as EURAXESS on lobbying and policy, kind of, making sure things are better for our researchers in our country. So where is that work being kind of statistically available? So we kind of got into that, and we do not use the statistics at all in the format it is right now. We don't really know what to make of it, to be honest. Just comparing over year, though, we can compare, but still it doesn't
migration questions are up 10%. It's hard to say what that really means because it just means migration issues are up 10%. So yeah, we don't use it as it is. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for this, because I was about to say, but I think Slaven and Vera were not listening to you, like the first part of what you were saying. I thought they were speaking something else. So I repeat, statistics, and we don't see the information about impact. And I can just reinforce it because I can also say that I think in so many institutions, these questions are not answered in one center, big university, or like we do not get quality data with even if I have one person entering this from one institution, they do not get. It's impossible to gather from the whole huge university where they answer also the WISA questions in the institute level, in the small department level. So this is not the quality, like we don't know how much, we don't get the information how much actually is services provided.
Elisa was very short, and I totally agree. We need to show. I mean, we need to show the impact. We need to find a way to showcase the impact that the EURAXESS service centers have. I totally agree that the quality of the data we don't get actually. It's like if the EURAXESS, and it's related to the workshop that we were bringing also later on, is the EURAXESS service center sits on a specific unit at an institutional level. We know we are not gathering the whole reality of the services that the institution is providing to researchers, for example. I must say that activity KPIs are also good. We use them. And we don't care about so much the amount of service or whatever they do, but at least we know that the service centers are active. And we use it for ranking. For example, when seats of conference comes, we have a lot of expression of interest from institutions to come, and we say, have you filled your statistics? No. Have you come to the meetings? No. Have you done anything for EURAXESS? No. Well, we are the last one on the list. So this is why we use their activity indicators. The only use that we've.
I think that was Magdalena was Vitalis also for his turn. I see. Everybody's, yeah.
My practice is, so at the end of each year, I actually, because I have a database of my network of affiliated institutions, like my Behance place and all these researchers which I manage, I have a database. So I do a questionnaire, with the quality. They need to assess the quality of the services they received. So I know what was done well, what maybe not, what needs improvement. And also a practice is to have interviews with certain researchers and sometimes little videos. At the moment, I have 2 videos uploaded on EURAXESS Ireland website with interested people coming to Ireland, and they ask for reasons. One person is from Palestine and another person is from America. They immigrated to Ireland to have better conditions for their research. So there is a kind of assessment, I know they are happy or not with this service. EURAXESS Ireland. This is my case.
Vitaly, do you want to?
Thank you. If I may, I don't know, Vera, you can share the document? No.
I can share the
Slaven,
document.
sure.
Okay, thank you, Slaven. Just let me start with the fact that Monica reached out also to me with this question for Germany, and we are in a lucky position to have all these very sophisticated details with regard to international academics in Germany. If you are interested, the document is called Facts and Figures on the Internationalization of Studies and Research in Germany and Worldwide. You will find it online. And we don't need our ministry for that because all those numbers are coming from universities and research institutions themselves. But this is one point. Another one, and I support the position just to focus on this one. What can we do ourselves? And in this case, we have decided many years ago on the categories that should be included in those statistics. And what we have done after the request came from Vera, we just looked at the statistics we collected in 2025. And you see here in my quickly drafted documents, the comments we have provided for that. Because I believe in our discussion, it has become quite obvious that we have a obvious contradiction here. So basically, we as BHO, but also the European Commission, we are interested to get the data which are as exact, as sophisticated as possible. However, our EURAXESS centers are not employees of EURAXESS. They are employees of their institutions, and this is why they will follow the procedures of their institutions. This is an important point to keep in mind. So what can we do? We can, and it is, in my opinion, one of the favorite words of the European Commission in the last years, simplification. We need to encourage people to collect those data and to provide them. And as we already heard, sometimes many services are provided not by the same unit, not by the same internal unit, and they are not able just to deliver this data. So basically, we could, looking at those categories, we could decide maybe to simplify the structure and to maybe remove some of categories, maybe to merge some of categories and provide a more simple structure. Let's say to offer a category like daily life issues or whatever. Because as you see in my document, some of those categories we decided many years ago to offer them, like, I don't know, IPR, like medical care. In our case, they were never used in the last year.
Well, in our medical care, yes. Or two. Yeah.
I mean, we can just say social security, for example.
Health insurance, medical care.
Exactly. So just to merge them, like just say, okay, this is something we can merge. We don't need this very detailed type of category, because this way we always are in danger to see, okay, we are not offering this service, or like dual career, for example, because this is normally in our case a different unit. So welcoming services, they are not involved. So things like that. So basically just to revise these categories and to provide more simplified, more straightforward approach. This would be my suggestion here.
If I make a couple of comments related to earlier interventions and on yours, I mean, oversimplification would lead us to data which may not be useful for assessing the impact, first of all.
It's not useful like that either.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the first point is why we collect data and how this data is used. So what we want to measure, and we did not answer that question. And with that answer, we could proceed further. And for example, I would like to know how European Commission is using the data that we collect, for example, about the number of services. That would be interesting to know. But your point about impactful data and qualitative data, I think it's to the point. I mean, what kind of impact network is doing, we cannot assess by looking at some bulk massive data that we collect across all service centers. So having said that, using that as a tool or a weapon for EURAXESS centers to assess their quality of work is not okay as well. Because, I mean, if you make a case, if you show EURAXESS centers how this data was used or will be used, then they will give you this data, I guess. What I wanted to suggest is maybe, if the network is big, maybe to make a representative sample of centers which are willing to provide data and makes solid contribution to the statistical overview of what's going on in the network. So to create a statistical sample of not hundreds of EURAXESS service center, but by some specific number, and then to set up a method which would tell us very easily and very quickly and convincingly what are the trends. So from 1 year to another, from one 6 month period to another, because this way you cannot assess the trends because you don't know who put the data in. And I mean, if you have these differences in topics, we can still, I mean, different countries will collect different data because they're obliged to, I mean, they're funded or whatever. We can still keep different taxonomies as long as we have mappings between them. So we can simplify the reporting stage, not at the data collection. And that will make the data comparable, and that will make the data working in a bulk with both from Czech Republic and Germany, for example, in this case.
So many Mike, Milan.
I think, yeah, we have a full line now here.
Maybe I have a comment a little bit about the future. Now we are in the AI, era, and many people find their answers via ChatGPT or something. So we can actually lose the questions about pension rights, legal recognition of diplomas, taxations, etc. Because instead of going to university or EURAXESS, people can Google their answers very quickly. How to set up my account. Rather than things. Sorry?
They're not always correct.
I know. I'm not talking about the quality of the answers. It's not about the comparison of quality EURAXESS versus AI, but I am talking about where people go to, to get their answers. So we might see the decline, in the questions. This is, it can happen. That's it.
So and I will give you the mic in a second. Is that okay? 1 minute. Take more. So I just wanted to follow up on this impact thing. And I was just, while you were saying that, I was thinking, okay, we are lacking this reflection on what is the impact, maybe also because of, maybe we are lacking, I mean, I'm just thinking aloud of the purpose of what we do over the year. I mean, we have this very nice practice that we set up this annual work plan, or I think it's called differently, but where we sort of set our this year we will And I was just thinking, do we actually have something like the goal this year is? So not just the numbers, we want to collaborate with some organization, or we want to have that many events, but why actually do that? So I think I just discovered sometimes you might be lacking also the why, and then this leads to the impact, because then you can ask for, have we reached this this thing? But yeah, so I think one thing is this service documentation, and I fully agree with what Vitaly said. Is people are not employed by EURAXESS, and we see many institutions who are delivering super high quality services, which we would like to have under the heading of EURAXESS. But if you would ask them, they say no. I mean, we've done it before, or aside, alongside, etc. So we fully like EURAXESS, and we have the same aims, but it's not EURAXESS. And so I think there is also something linked to that, which maybe one needs to think about in the future, how to frame it. When you were talking about institutions affiliated with EURAXESS or membership, I don't know. I feel that the service center notion is, in many cases, at least in Austria, I think, is misleading, although we are using it in our common EURAXESS family language. So that's, I think, maybe also something to ponder on.
Many seconds.
Want to support and I just wanted to support what you said. Absolutely right. There is a question to Milan. Is it, and what extent, the task of the EURAXESS network? And you have to think about it. What are the right questions to ask and to deliver? But Vitaly, what you said just remind me projects that I was coordinating, more brain, about what Magda, Ranis and Tracy, Extremadura. Well, it was a nice work because all of us loved what we work and did the extra mile. And what is the insight of what we achieved? Actually, Vitaly, we got the best numbers from Germany, from the DFG, very accurate to the point. And we found out something very interesting, but not enough. Now, what it means that researchers from Germany are going abroad, about 90% are coming back, which is nice and so. But we started digging in the info and we found out something very interesting, and maybe it can give something to the Commission also to ask good questions. Commission? Yeah. We found out that those 10% who are not coming back are deans, head of huge research groups, and so, or those who issued patents. And this is the problem, the quality, not the numbers, and how to measure it. And this is a very important question and can give some insight about the real issues of research, innovation, and excellence. So not the numbers are so important, or more important is the quality of what we are providing. Thank you.
May I react? Yeah, we will, and then after we have to slowly, because there's also one more workshop, which is extremely useful as well.
Just briefly, just please don't get me wrong. I strongly support what Milan just said. It would be nice for all of us, I believe, to understand the reasoning of the European Commission. We believe, I may speak for all of us, we believe that you will have your rationale why you are raising this question. And of course, this is a very relevant one, but understanding your rationale would help us just reach out to our institutions and to maybe somehow adapt the approach. But again, this contradiction, employees of EURAXESS, yes, no, following their internal procedures, of course, we should keep it in mind, because if we just overload it, so this is not about oversimplifying, but overloading is also a problem, in my opinion. Thank you.
Maybe just a small comment that currently, from what I know, the list of queries we are reporting is aligned with the declaration of commitment topics. So that's why actually we are collecting all those, because we somehow try to track if the declaration of commitment is being somehow applied. So if there is a revision of the declaration of commitment to be aligned with clusters, maybe we can also get back to the statistical collection at the same time to identify the topics.
See, the room warmed up since I was away. It's also good to see that it's not only when I'm chairing that the things go over time. But the question is, of course, I mean, why did we put this on the agenda as well? Because we do see what is currently being collected is partially useful for us. And it is, of course, as we would just come up with requests, what we would like to see. I think that's it has to be realistic, right? It's not what you want to collect, but you actually collect information about it. And we wanted to learn, because you have a certain minimum reporting requirements that when it comes to true title, true recurrent reporting on EURAXESS portal. But our impression was that there is more being collected than what is being reported, and we also thought that probably at national level you might be collecting information about things which might be relevant for your ministry, so for a research funder, or just for yourself in order to keep track of what is happening. So from our side, we really want to very much learn what is already being collected. On that basis, we think the whole collection effort, keeping, of course, with the reality. Definitely good points. It is connected, very much is triggered by the declaration of commitment. I think we also have to simplify how it is collected, and I'm always in favor of data being collected without people even having to do anything. So I think we also read this in the past. Very simple. When somebody approaches a service center, send an email or call, So be entirely through the platform, and then you know how many people made appointments with service centers to discuss this particular topic. This can be also a very good source of information as well, which doesn't impact or doesn't give additional burden. So being cautious of the time, my feeling is that the discussion is definitely not finished. We would like to complete the mapping exercise as well. This we'll look into it, but probably a survey like mapping of what you are mapping, and perhaps also a more systematic list collection of suggestions of what would be useful to have, without looking too much into how to do it. That is going to, let's first see what makes sense. We have some ideas from our side, but again, it has to be very much grounded in reality. So with that, I think we can maybe wrap up this conversation. We will use next monthly meeting to go further into that, but I do see there's a.
When you just said that you will be mapping what we are doing, I mean, it is part of the study you mentioned last year. I mean,
this is no, this is totally
the governance.
Pure data collection. Assessment of what is being gathered in entire EURAXESS network in terms of information and what is useful, what would make sense to further streamline what you're doing. It is outside the. It can be connected also, because if you are going to as part of a project, you'll be looking at a different way of doing things. Of course, there's going to be some reporting needed, so align that with that as well. But this is very much the mapping of what currently is being done outside the current reporting by us. All right, and there are some comments as well online. I see Eleanor, Liza, maybe you want to just take the floor, John, as well. Maybe you just want to take the floor, unmute yourself, and then we also hear from you directly, because not everybody is looking at the chat. First come, first serve.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, John. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you for a great discussion, a great presentation from Susanna as well. And I think the topic itself is very interesting, but I think we landed more or less in the chat here that we maybe could try to look at it completely differently. I know that we have discussed this many times before also, but what I proposed is really super easy. Obviously, it needs some technical development maybe in a way, but the thought is really that since it seems at least from what I heard today that we mainly track, and we track poorly, the services provided by categories and by persons who receive the services. We could maybe, to demonstrate impact more convincingly, just choose a small set of indicators regarding quality, learning, and outcomes. Obviously, the key question would then be how to do this. In my view, this could be based on a very simple low threshold approach. For example, a centralized, easy-to-use input directly from researchers themselves, combined with basic feedback on whether the needs were met and their issue was resolved. So I'm not discussing to develop something completely new. I think this has been done many times before, and it's still being done for many service providers around the globe. So it depends on what we are looking for. But if we are looking to track quality, to know that we have achieved something for the network, that we have learned something from it, and that also, the researchers get more confident on their path moving on forward, I think something like this could be discussed in the future, maybe. Thank you. That was my short input.
Thanks, John. Eleanor gave a virtual applause. I guess she definitely aligns with that. Great. Thanks a lot. And that is fine. We will not skip entirely the coffee break, but we will shorten it to 5 minutes so you can go grab a beverage, a quick stop at the loo if needed, and then we start in 5 minutes with the next. The next exhibition.
We don't have time to talk. You are running to your flights. Yeah, exactly. I'm not on vacation, but I have.
Yeah, and it would have like on it
Next week.
Yeah, vacation. I don't know. I just find this
Hard to change. That's I have. Because I would.
All right.
So now you can, online, can you hear us? So good. So we were thinking to do an activity within groups to steer in the conversation, but we saw that this type of topics, you become very alive. So maybe there's no need to, so we can do it together here, the conversation also. In this way, we will speed up a little bit and try to finish on time, okay? So bear with me, because we are building the flying, building the plane while we're flying here. So, so let's, and so we just call this, understanding institutional engagement in EURAXESS. You know, it's and this came to us the question when we were thinking about the project, and you can see also in the previous session we already talked about how actually we engage with institutions, with service centers, or with institutions in general about how we collect data, how we provide information to them, how we also collect information on their needs. I remember in Rome, this was this pressing question about, in order to be relevant for institutions, we need to collect, we need to know what the institutions need. So then pose us the question, okay, let's do a survey. And they say, yeah, but if we ask the same people, we're always going to get the same needs. So, and also in this project, we also have to make a longitudinal survey to measure impact in the way of engagement. It's one of the variables that we're going to measure. So we came again to the same question, who are we asking, you know, depending on which activities we are doing in the project. So let's see if this is working. It's not working. Yeah. No. So we don't want to be very ambitious with these workshops. It's just to be create somehow aligning understanding of EURAXESS evolution and the current challenges. We would like you to reflect on how the network structure impacts delivery and relevance within the European research area. And then, of course, in a later stages and during the whole project, maybe we will tackle issues like identifying gaps in the stakeholder engagement and information gathering, maybe also related also with surveys. And then together, hopefully, we will be able to co-create strategies to strengthen institutional cooperation and impact. Again, very related to the discussions we were having today, but we were having before, but please, this one is more, it's even broader because it's not only about gathering data for services, it's also about general institutional engagement. So, not moving. Oh yeah, it's moving, sorry. Sorry. So basically, I will, yeah. No. Sorry.
One at a time.
One. Okay. So basically, please already raise your hand if you do not agree with this, but this is kind of the undiagnosed that we have done from aspects, you know, facts that our network initiative, generally speaking, encountered. So definitely, past history's mobility was the foundational driver of EURAXESS. We all know that. But during the time being, 21 years, policy and projects have shaped the initiative too and has expanded the scope. Most relevant probably is when career development came to the plate. Then our relevance depends on the stakeholder alignment. And so if our institutions, we know that the end user is EURAXESS, are the researchers, but it's this, this service is mediated by the institutions. And so we are relevant when the institutions, our major stakeholders, we align with them. So this creates a key tension. Actually, it says the institutions are essentials, but not always fully engaged or integrated. Then we also have and we already talked about it previously, our architecture is based on service centers. That's, yeah, it has worked, but it comes because the evolution, they came from the mobility topic mainly. The declaration of commitment still is strongly showing this topic, but it makes it difficult to integrate new themes within this structure. So we have the risk to lose relevance within within the institutional, within the whole ecosystem. So what the implications for us? Well, we already heard it before, impact on information gathering. Not only on data collection for service provision, provided, but also for, like I said, insights, intelligence about what institutions need. So it's limited to, sorry, passing. Where is the, sorry. No, one.
I didn't move in.
Don't touch it. This is. So basically, one of the major implications, like I said, is information, the gathering of information. So the data collection is limited by, depending on the EURAXESS Service Center position at the institutional level. Sometimes they have good integration within the institution. So service center, it's many different units and offices in an institution. All the time, no. So obviously it's influenced by these institutional silos. So this makes, like I said, difficult capturing institutional needs, systemic barriers, or non-mobility related insights, because many of the EURAXESS service centers were established within a specific unit office related with mobility, and maybe it's not expanding more within, institutional wise. So the other major concern is that the institution, obviously impact on institutional engagement. So, so like I said, if you want to engage institutions about career development beyond academia, entrepreneurship, progression in academia, then it really depends how this EURAXESS service center is organized within the institution. Obviously, institutions have priorities too, but this is something we need to live with. So also we have then it comes our engagement with them is more operational rather than a strategy. So it really depends who is there, what we can do with them, and then more than strategically speaking. And then it's difficult to measure consistently, this engagement, because it really depends also on the institution. People come, people go, and there is no, the whole EURAXESS service center is not well aligned with the human resources policy, basically. So, key question for you is that, given these structural realities, how can EURAXESS can remain relevant and effective within the European research area? So, and we know topics come and go sometimes. So there are trending topics sometimes too. So for you, this is where the part, so I've been super quick. So this is when it comes to you, this question. I was thinking to do it in groups, but if you want, we can stay together. So I would like you to reflect on your national or institutional context. How are your EURAXESS service center positions within the institution? So maybe there are differences within different national networks. What are their main constraints, your EURAXESS service centers encountered to expanding these portfolios? And then where do you see missed opportunities for engagement? So, okay, difficult questions. So who would like to talk about the challenge? Of course, we're not going to leave it in the challenge. We will try to propose some solutions, But just to identify first different challenges in different national networks, or we are all struggling with the same thing. Or maybe for us, it's not a priority to expand the portfolio. Good. I was scared, like no one's going to talk.
There's so much.
Where is in the group?
Yeah.
No,
but-
No, we're not going to do this.
but
Yeah,
like
People are making fun of it.
Thank you.
Don't answer, but
I think in this case, and I think in many discussions, it could make sense to like look at our group here, and we are a very diverse group, which we can kind of maybe clump together in some sections. Like some countries work like this, some like this, some like this, to kind of prevent that we come up with an overall idea, and then some are really left out, and some are really part of it. And I think we are on one side of the spectrum, completely somewhere here. And then there could be some people in that group, some countries, and then there's some here, because we are so different. Like Denmark, I think we are completely here. And I'm saying this because we are a country where like we came late into EURAXESS 13 years ago, and Denmark never joined because they thought, oh, we do everything already, and we have service centers and we do everything already perfect. I mean, it's arrogant, but I can agree why some people say that. But that kind of is still the same. So yeah, we have service centers because we just are active as the University of Copenhagen and say like, this is EURAXESS, you are a service center. And they're like, yeah, whatever, because we do all these things anyway. And that's like what you also said from the German example. Like we nobody is hired by EURAXESS. We don't get any money for. So for us, this is a bonus, and it's nice and important for us. But the service centers, I mean, it doesn't exist as such. Like yes, we have the university. They call them service centers. But if they get a question from EURAXESS, they're just smiling like, yeah, whatever, because we work for the university, and who are you to tell us to do something for EURAXESS? So that's one group. And I think some other groups here on the other end, some of you are hired and paid by your ministries or by whoever and have a job as a EURAXESS person. And it's very diverse, but I think maybe it could be nice to clump it in groups sometimes to either say something about these different groups instead of doing the overall general stuff, because sometimes we are kind of always left out in the feeling we don't dare to say anything because it's so different. I think we're not alone. So I think more countries have this. That's just a start. But so from our side, it's almost impossible because the constraints is just the governance, which I love that you're going to look at the governance, because for us, the governance would mean something. If we in our country, if, I don't know, if the rich head could have half of a salary or a month's salary, but then we have to do something. Now it's all voluntary, and we always have the excuse, which we also use sometimes, oh, we didn't do this because nobody, it's our hobby. That's kind of a.
I don't disagree, but
Yeah, it's just.
So let me read something. Clarify. One thing is the.
You need a mic.
Yeah. I totally get your point, Mark, and I think we need to clarify the role as BHOs. That definitely we have this steering commitment and so on. And then the role of EURAXESS service centers, because even though we have full-time people paid to do the job as BHO, we can understand that other networks don't have it. But our institutions feel exactly the same as you are saying. So even though the national coordination have this role, the institutions, some of them, we already do. Oh, it's EURAXESS. Okay. So
there we are the same.
Exactly.
Exactly. In the centers,
exactly.
And I represent both BHO and the service center, and I totally agree that it's super hard to say what the EURAXESS service center of Linköping University is. If I'm the contact point, but again, when we talked about the data collection, when you think about what we've signed, the Declaration of Commitment, it says we should give certain services as a center. So it's a little bit skewed, actually, that everything goes through me when I don't work with IPR. I don't work with different things. So perhaps we should, or we would need to take a more holistic approach, or like a more maybe we should kind of maybe look deeper into this and see like, okay, perhaps we should when we collect data or when we collaborate to get questions. I am not the EURAXESS Service Center. I'm the contact point for EURAXESS Service Center, but I have colleagues within, innovation or grant writing or whatever the other issues are that comes to services for because it's actually like just part of being a university. We give services like this, but it's also included in what we say that we should do to the commission. So I think maybe there's something need to be done looking at what's a contact point versus like a center as a whole. So that was, and I just want to say I need to leave. So I just want to thank you for today.
Yeah, I wanted to continue with this. So the missed opportunity, I think, comes from the wording service center positioned within institutions, because what we hear is the services, they are situated in different parts of the institution. And as long as you call it a service center within an institution, the question would be, who's the center? Where's the resources? Where's the head, etc. So I think to have what Therese just said, with this more holistic approach, and maybe just work with the notion of a membership. So the institution is a EURAXESS member, and then needs to clarify internally. Maybe there's someone who is a little bit more in touch. I don't know. So I think this is this might have an impact. I could fully mirror what you said about this institutions doing lots of good stuff and kind of like, have we been waiting for EURAXESS? We also see other institutions who are proponents of EURAXESS. However, they wouldn't say I'm a EURAXESS service center, even though they have signed. So they in theory they know that, but they wouldn't act as a service center, but just say, hey, we are part of the network, and they see the benefit with this collaboration, best practice. So they have their things, and I think most of the institutions, they do not work for the European Commission or for Europe, but they have their values in terms which we share with EURAXESS and with the European Commission, but they take their choice. And yeah, but I think membership is maybe, instead of the center within, we will never solve this, because, and it also changes, it's varied, new policy topics might come up, whatever. So
yes, I haven't also pointed out when I was talking about the influence of the architecture of EURAXESS service centers. Our main tool to communicate is emailer, and the information that we provide to the network is through emailer, and only reach these wherever sits this EURAXESS service center. So in the past, we have projects that are delivering maybe 75% of the services directed to capacity building, all services related to career development, and we are not tackling. We are launching this information through emailer, and we are not tackling the right people at the institutional level. So really is impacting the engagement with them and the information flow.
I wanted, Elisa, if I may, just a small, Isa, you want?
First.
Thank you. I will take advantage on that. I wanted to say that probably it is inevitable that we come up with the idea that we somehow need to measure an impact. It is connected with our previous discussion, actually. And I'm not against it, but I would like to tell you about maybe small research ecosystems such as Latvia. And because in Latvia, for example, in the institutions that signed also the memorandum, there is the whole one person that is service center. And they serve as just a knowledge brokers, because once a year we have a gathering where I explain everything, and they go to their institutions, and it's already up to them to disseminate this information and around their network. But I know that they are like an information nodes, so I inform them, and it is up to them whether they contact a person or not. But it is, to a certain extent, it is their interest, actually, because mobility, they're interested in attracting new talents, brain circulation, also for diaspora to return. So they exploit EURAXESS services for this kind of information. And one more thing that I wanted to say, that I have a very practical things that they are asking me, but I cannot reach out to them proactively. I can be only reactive in this response. This is the same because I'm an NCP for couple of clusters and I have another things to do. But if I have to answer, I definitely would do that. But if I have to reach out and initiate, I would definitely fail. So if they come to me, I know them. If they don't, I have no clue whether there are different people. Did they change? Did anyone actually told the following person who comes to his job what is EURAXESS actually and what they have to do there? So this is my take on that.
Now, thank you. Can you hear me?
No, it's not working. It's not working. So then Easter and then the people online, okay?
Oh, that's better. Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you, JFK is not only a name of an airport. It was the president of United States. He said, don't ask what the country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. This was right in the 60s. Today, he wasn't elected even to be in the committee of the kindergarten. It doesn't work today. But saying that, and Mark, you're right, you gave a right picture, but I don't agree with you. We have to ask, as Lisha did, to ask the right question. The good question is half an answer, more than that. And we have to think to analyze what is the strength of the EURAXESS network and what is the weaknesses. We started, and I can say that because I'm one of the founders, last Mohicans, with mobility of researchers. That's it. Visa issues and so, and that's it. And then it was extended the mandate, career development, and of course, because and most of us, all of us came from universities, research institutions and universities. And some responsibility because producing a numerous amount of PhDs that are unemployed. Only less than 10% are coming back to the system, and we have to take care about it. It's called responsibility. And because of that, I think it was a good move also to have career development and what is related to that. But then we start dispersing to do other things, and so what is good, but we have also to focus to have the identity of our network. What is the strength of the network? It's one of, I think, of the best networks the Commission has that immediately are engaged to almost all the universities in Europe. First of all, this is the strength of the network. To build it took 20 years. To destroy it will be done in 1 month. So this is the strength, and the Commission has to realize it. Why? Because, as I said, no one is doing it today, not much is doing it because of moral issues, but because they have something for that. And in such a case, I think the Commission will support our activities. And Mark is right. Why to do it? Who are you to telling me, I'm saying it's a university or it's an institute, to telling me what to do? I'm doing it voluntarily. But if we will focus and will find what is really our strengths and what benefit we are bringing, not because of us, but really to the research community, or more than that, not only research, but to talents, to the innovative community, but not only universities. Look what's going around. Look.
You need to wrap up.
Oh, you're right. You are right. All of us are looking not better than a boat of refugees somewhere. Thank you.
Remember, also project shapes our activities. It's not only what we want to do, but calls that fund the network also shape our activities. So the people online, so I don't know who was first, George or John.
George and then John.
Okay, George.
My point is from my perspective as a service centre, in the declaration of commitment, I am required to provide all or a selection of mobility and or career related matters. And in order to join the network, when I had the discussion at the institutes, which I supported, I was responsible for 2 in the network. It was basically, right, the service center, we're not calling it that, number 1. You can be part of that network, but we're not calling it a service center because that's not what is described in the organization. And the services on offer are the ones that you're responsible for and nothing else. And I think we have to remember that a lot of members in the network will have similar limitations given to them in order to become part of the network. And that flexibility was in the declaration of commitment that was signed by them. And so one thing that I'm kind of having a difficult time is fully engagement. I was a one-man show for 2 institutes, and I'm like, how much more could I have potentially given? I would have just fallen over at one point. And so I think we also really need to, as John already said, not John, Mark already said, we really have to remember that there are limitations in the service centres, what they're able to convince their organisations to provide as a EURAXESS service centre, and what they're capable of providing in the long term just in capacity. And it would be wonderful if every single one could be fully engaged in all topics. That is never going to happen. And as soon as we start setting that as a condition, our network will fall apart quite a lot, I fear. That was all from me.
Thanks, George. Good points here. So then next is John.
Thank you so much for a great discussion. I will be very diplomatic. Firstly, I will say that I agree with everyone, but I think I've listened to what I can call the EURAXESS identity crisis. And we had it before, I think, and we still will have it in the future. But what I really think we should aim for within this network, instead of talking about institutions only, or where the center is positioned within the institution, or whether we are that type of institution or from this country, we should really concentrate on one message, I think, for everyone. I know I haven't been successful with it completely either, but I think I've mentioned it before. But the only thing we should be really remembering, or that we should try to sell maybe to everyone who's part of the network, is that they should be able to say whenever they meet someone, yes, I'm a proud member of the EURAXESS network, because this is what it's about. It's not about, I provide those kind of services within that constraint department within that institution. It's really being part of the network. And I know that everyone has touched upon it, but this is more or less my message. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we have already tackled the challenges. We see them, well, so we cannot finish the workshop with just this way. So we need to, let's see if I can pass the slides, bear with me. Probably this one. Okay, so we have already done this. Next. Sorry, guys, I'm really fighting with this. Okay, so the second part is actually, we already have been proposing, some of us, the way maybe we can rethink, about our architecture. Even I would say, John, even to pass this message to be a proud member of EURAXESS network, we will encounter an issue, with the current communication system, because it's based on this architecture of EURAXESS Service Center. So, so we need to identify practical way forward, at least obviously we're not going to solve the problem today, not at all, but just to have a few ideas. We already have, basically, I structured this into taking into account and strengthening institutional engagement. So how to move from operational to strategic partnerships, incentives for institutional involvement, or how to improve information flows. Or we already have this proposal of more holistic view of the membership. It's not the EURAXESS Service Center, it's just EURAXESS members. So it's basically this idea of expanding the EURAXESS Service Center role. So in that way, institutions can arrange however they want. I fully agree what is been already said from George and Mark. You cannot ask them to do the whole portfolio of services because that's not reality. That's never going to work, and definitely we will find a drop. But on the other way around, maybe, and just to trigger the conversation, is in the case, for example, of Spain, we are approached by institutions when they have a need of information, of training, of how I deal with beyond academia, or how I deal with progression in academia, how I deal with welcome services, for many different reasons. Sometimes it's national funding is forcing towards one topic, like talent attraction currently. Sometimes it's because, and this has always been in career development, is because the HR Excellence Award, they need activities to fit their action plans, and they, at national level, in Spain, no one has, a bunch of ideas of what to do. They only find it in EURAXESS. So it's not so much that we need to reach them. Sometimes they come to us. Different units from different institutions say, oh, you are already a member. You are not the service center. You are a member. So one way we do for this problem of information flow is that we say, include yourself in the EURAXESS Service Center. We will do it. The BHO can do that as an administrative role. Even sometimes we give the administrative role to them so they can themselves put. I have the Research Council have probably 20 people there as EURAXESS members of these EURAXESS service centers, but in reality, it's just people working in different units providing these services, whether it's for integration, whether it's visas, whether it's career development. So depending on the topic that we tackle in one of our meetings, they come one or they come another. The trainings, they come different people. So this is the way we have started to sort it out, but there is a long time. I mean, there is a long way to go, because we are known, this identity that John has been, even though we have a good opportunity to expand our portfolio at the national level, we are still anchored to the mobility. And also it's very pressing issue sometimes. So that's our national, how we deal with this, but maybe another ones have another idea of what we can do, or it can be done to identify practical ways forward.
Just to follow up on that, what you just said, Elisa, and what John said, I mean, we can just flip the coin and say, okay, we are all heterogeneous. We have always been like that. We will remain being like that. But this is not a liability. This is our asset. And EURAXESS is a kind of a quality mark for everyone. So basically, no matter Spain, Germany, Czech Republic, whatever, wherever you go, if you see this sign, EURAXESS, okay, you will receive best possible advice and support and whatever. And this is how we should market ourselves. This is my opinion. I hope we can agree on that.
Always difficult. Yeah, leave.
No, I think I just wanted. I think the approach which you just sketched out is this
having more opportunities that people read information, because, and I mean, we can do that already, can we? Or is it still a technical problem? I didn't get that.
I don't think there is a technical problem.
Yeah.
To answer your question, I don't think there is a technical problem because, like I said, technically speaking, the platform allows it. It is more of a culture of this EURAXESS service center, this architecture, you know, that is in the declaration of commitment.
Because just looking, okay, so then this is something which can be solved, because when I look at at some of those institutions which are in our EURAXESS world in Austria, I sometimes hear this, okay, I mean, it's a flow of information. And I mean, they have lots of things to do. So if there's one person and even the person would like to spread information, etc., it just, I mean, it cannot be always. So if it goes just directly to those interested, I think that's a very nice approach, actually. It could be very effective, because then also you move a bit away from this. There's this one person and with this one hat, and maybe the person likes that and was also always a proponent. But being a proponent not always means that the person would be happy to share this with someone else from another part in the institution. So, but I would like to have the EURAXESS sign as a quality label. I was just thinking, I'm not sure if, I think this reputation comes with doing stuff which is seen. So I think it's something which goes on the way. And for the, and we have the HR logo, the HR award, which is the quality thing for institutional practices, etc. Which, so I'm not sure if this, yeah, maybe it's a good aim to make ourselves as known, and but I think there's lots of good quality stuff also without EURAXESS, but it's a good aim to go.
Sorry. Yes, I'm trying to think along the lines of the questions here, and because I am struggling, I didn't tell the Estonian network I have one person from each university, and they have been traditionally, you know, involved only in the mobility topic, and that's all my network. And ever since the portfolio expanded, I have lost my network. Like basically the same thing, that somehow the relevance, because I as a coordinator needed to start working on all of those directions and think about them, and so it's a challenge, but we also have good sides, because at the same time, luckily in my ecosystem, the welcome services that can also include researchers was also developing. So I'm kind of also supported from the other angle, but it's the challenge of the brand of EURAXESS, or like the actually not the brand, but feeling as part of the community still remains because of the scatteredness of the topics. And for me, if we think about from operational to strategic partnerships, what I'm thinking now is that I as a country coordinator, I do struggle. I am in trouble with engaging them and feeling, you know, having my own community as EURAXESS services. But then with already 2 projects back, like when we started exploring with the hubs, then my understanding of the whole thing was that the country coordinator wouldn't need to do everything, but that the service centers can at least first operationally, and now we can think about like strategically, like the partnership with these parts of European EURAXESS network that deal with the topics that are of their interest. So I see that I'm not only struggling at the moment with my internal network and this community, but also then how this is positioned against this, you know, that I'm encouraging them to communicate with the European partners that are interested in their topics. I just realized now.
Yeah, who was Verena?
I just want to recap on what you said, Lil. What we actually do as an Austrian network, we also encourage our members or service center that they also register in the extranet so that they receive the information via the emailer. And that leads me to another point. I think we have discussed it in some previous meetings. The emailer, which is a very effective tool, which I personally use a lot to get in touch with my service centers, but we definitely need to, I don't know, rearrange him because I got the feedback from our service centers that they do receive a lot of emails and sometimes they don't miss the relevant information. So I think we should definitely work on that if it would be possible within the next, so that we can maybe like, I don't know how to, yeah, but I think it's, yeah, would be very welcome.
Any comments?
Anyone online? Yeah.
Okay, so that issue, Verena, basically reflects the diversification. You know, because of more and more diverse things we're working on, you know, the probability to get an unwanted mail in your mailbox gets higher. So basically, we're starting now talking about governance. We're talking about strengthening institutional engagement in the context, maybe of a governance model. You know, but we don't know challenges. We do not have systematic research saying, okay, there is something wrong with the perception of EURAXESS brand. There is something wrong about communication. We know we have anecdotal evidence, you know, because Verena said something about email communication, then Vitaly said something about perception of the brand, and all this is valid, but this is not fully representative for whole network. So maybe we should start with that before talking about the governance models, just to see what is the state of play currently in the network and to have the relevant data, relevant information about it. Speaking of the proposed model, that's the one thing to look at it. Speaking about proposed model, I see actually personally, that's my perception based on not only situation in my national network, but based on our conversations about what I know about your national networks. I feel that this concept of EURAXESS office is a little bit cringe already. Sometimes it looks like there was an office offering services, and then we said, okay, from now on, that's EURAXESS office. That doesn't add to the credibility. That doesn't add to the authority of the network. The second point, it's not EURAXESS office who is member of EURAXESS. It's organization who is member of EURAXESS. And we forget about that. And in that organization, there is not maybe only one EURAXESS service, maybe there is another one. I mean, maybe there is a career development center, but they don't get any mails, you know, because EURAXESS welcome office is represented in EURAXESS for that. So I would little bit, I mean, at the risk of doing some bad stuff, I would dismantle that. I would go with, like I like this Vitaly's idea on quality label, for example. And then we could say there are EURAXESS services. There is your organization who is EURAXESS member, and their representatives, maybe someone at the high level of management or whatever the person, and then each organization have EURAXESS services. Not in mobility and career development, but in social security, in, I mean, some individual types of mobility-related services, as well in career development, beyond academia, the scientific entrepreneurship transition, and so on and so on. And each of those services have its own contact person. So we know the expertise. Exactly. Now we don't know it. So we know expertise in every EURAXESS center. And from then on, I mean, we have granular enough structure so we can do the even internal communication. We don't have to count on the willingness, availability, or whatever of EURAXESS office representative when he or she receives an email from us, whether he or she is going to distribute this mail to the proper place where it belongs. He or she will not, actually, by default. But, you know, sometimes it happens, but that's not a rule. Okay.
That's exactly why we encourage our members, because we say the organization is member of EURAXESS, not the person working.
Great.
That's why we encourage them to register that they receive the information, because that's what we experience from our network. They don't pass the information forward to the right person.
I think we're coming back to the challenges, but coming back to the challenges, we are refining now solutions because that's a technical issue, also the granularity and who in our architecture, who can communicate. We cannot pinpoint the expertise if they are interested in something, if they're going to pass the knowledge. Obviously, if we go a little step forward towards a specialization, maybe the BHO can rely on these clusters or hubs or whatever to provide information and support. So not one single BHO can do everything. I mean, that's in our case, that's the scenario. So we will rely on the support of the work of others. So there is already some kind of solutions. Like I said, we will not be able to come up with the perfect solution here, but we have 3 years to talk about this basically during the project. So don't worry. Starting for tomorrow. Adam is the task leader and is taking a lot of notes. So yes, Lil, I don't know if someone else had online.
More online. There's one online, and maybe I know, John, that you were raising your hand before I grabbed the micro. So,
so John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be short because I think you have touched upon a lot of interesting aspects. But still, when you talk about the organizations being part of the network, we have to look at every institution that is completely different from any other institution. So you join the network with the capacity you have, and I think that's very important. You join it with the possibility of providing the services you can provide. And I don't think any institutions within the network will provide all the services that EURAXESS have. And this is also important to remember. But at the same time, I think the idea of have some strategy development is quite interesting, as long as it's in line with the network concept and not, a European, pan-European strategy that already exists, or national strategies that already exist, or institutional strategies that already are in place. So this is also something to remember on any of these A, B, and C topics, so they are not conflicting in any way. But I think the idea is very interesting, and yes, you have time to work on it, or we have time to work on it for the next years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would like to raise a doubt about labeling services as EURAXESS services. Although I would like to see it, but I have doubts that institutions would take up on that. I take the example service grants funding. We have that in our list of services. I imagine our grant offices, they say I'm a research manager, I'm a pre-award whatsoever, not EURAXESS in most cases. They will like what EURAXESS is doing in terms of helping to get across the hurdles of, having more international collaboration, etc. They see the activities with the EURAXESS worldwide. They see big use in research security, whatever that might be. And the same, I think, is true also for the career services, that they have their identity and will say, well, we do our. So I think I would be really careful with, because it comes across a bit, we have in German this übergriffig, I don't know the English term now, but it's a little bit like very embracing. We like to be very kind, but sort of, yeah.
Yeah, it's also something to take into account. And when we discuss how to proceed, to create this identity and this mark of EURAXESS, we need to be careful. So, but it's always, I think, like John was pointing out, is on the capacity and the willingness of the institution. So no one forcing them to say your grant, for example, your grant management or your grant unit has to be part of the service of EURAXESS. I think we always need to be careful with that. It's about I think it's what we can offer to them. Maybe we don't offer anything from them, so they don't join us because others are offering better things. I think we also have to take that into account. Yeah. So I would say we have collected the ideas. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to have more to come talking about this, because one of the issues, like I said, is like how to collect information, relevant information for from the project perspective, how we engage networks, members of the network. So this is something important from the project perspective, but obviously from the network perspective, I think it's relevant. So more to come during the next years. And tomorrow in the kickoff meeting, you will see a little bit more how we're going to structure there. And also from the project perspective, if we are creating a new model of a specialization, it's very important, in terms of not only governance, but also is in the engagement and the penetrance of these models into the national networks, because it's not something to get rid of the national networks. The other way around is to support these national networks on many of the activities within the broad portfolio of EURAXESS. So thank you all for being here until now in this discussion. And I basically give the word back to Slaven. So maybe you want to do some conclusions. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa and Javi, for, I think, very interesting workshop, because it shows a little bit something which is often insufficiently discussed. Can I just say from my side, we are not often delving deep into the reality of what is happening within institutions. Makes them take. What I can say, for example, it has been mentioned sometimes that the identity of the individual service center or an institution, how well are they aligned with EURAXESS? And the interesting thing is when I said we had this meeting with the ministers end of March, informal ministerial meeting. I think EURAXESS was brought up by 10 or 15 ministers as a very good example, something they are very proud of. And it's interesting to see how at ministerial level they are promoting EURAXESS as something which they're very proud of, praising the national EURAXESS networks, where those at the institutional level, actually doing the work, are sometimes much less proud of what they are being involved in. Which of course makes me think what can be done from the EU level, because a lot of these things networks are very different. There are different spectrums here, and no one size fits all. And I think also it's to a large extent, the responsibility of the BHOs to find a way how to create this brand within their national network. It's about identity, and that does require definitely being a bit more proactive. For example, but on the other hand, we all know the constraints are there. So not everything is about financial resources, but with financial resources you can get human resources, and if you have sufficient human resources, you can do much more. You can be much better at animating the national networks and building long-term relationships with them, etc., etc. So I think this is one thing that we have to look at from the Commission side when we're having these discussions with the ministers, is perhaps ask them are you sufficiently supporting EURAXESS? So that does has the resources needed. As part of the Europe Policy Agenda 2022-2024, I don't know if you recall, there was a lot of support from the member states through the Action 4 to support EURAXESS. And then at a certain moment, we see what we are doing through Horizon Europe. What are you doing at the national level? And how many FTEs are the BHOs, for example? And I think also this is something which, and I spoke with a couple of you bilaterally about it, but it hasn't been very much implemented, or it hasn't really triggered, in my opinion, any significant increase in resources available. So I think this is maybe something that from Commission side we can look at, this balance between the perception of the importance of national EURAXESS within the national ministries, connecting it with the resources associated with it. What does give me hope is the specialization approach. I think if you're a specialist in something, you'll be often quite interested to connect to specialists in your country, outside country. You perhaps don't want to be involved in all the other topics outside your area. So I do hope that this will be an additional trigger or motivator for those involved on the ground very much to be part of it. It also gives them additional added value, and it can also be we have to brand EURAXESS better, so they are proud to say that they are EURAXESS. So they voluntarily put a sticker on their office, say that they are a member of it. And I think that the discussion will continue. I would say you have 3 years for this. I think it's 3 years is to test it, implement it, improve it, implement it again. So it is not something that's going to be done quickly, but it does require a lot of these type of discussions to determine the nitty-gritties. And from the Commission side, we will definitely support you to which extent we can. Find a good modus operandi that works on the ground. Looking at the agenda, so we are at the time to close. There have been no other AOBs than that has been presented just before lunch at EURAXESS Portugal. Are there any AOBs somebody would like to raise before we conclude this meeting? That's everything was discussed and even more. So in that case, I think Vera, I can just thank you for coming here. We'll see most of you back tomorrow in another place, hopefully better place, and we continue with the monthly meetings and the usual recurrent meetings. Say something?
No, thank you for no, and then she goes on. No, thank you so much for being part of today. Okay, Magdalena has something to say.
Part of November,
Yes.
Which part? Not the beginning. So if it is in November and not in December, it will not be the beginning. So it's looking towards the end of November and first 2 weeks of December.
Yes. Esther, did you want to say something as well? Esther, did you want to say something? Oh, okay, your hand was up, so I was just wiping out the sweat from. Okay, no, on my part as well, huge thank you for coming here today. This is always such a massive knowledge base for me, and I really just like take it all in. And I will need to process this for weeks to come, but it really, really brings the reality of the ground directly to us. So thank you for everything you've shared. It's incredibly useful for us. So nothing else on our part.
Oh.
Okay.
So sorry, I've been slow. I was thinking, still recapping from the session. So of course, as project coordinators, you are all invited tomorrow to the kickoff meeting. The premises are very close to here. You already received the agenda with the link that will be signposting where to go in the 7th floor. Also for the ones in the online, you are also invited. We will try to make it the best as this BHO meeting, the hybrid model. You know, there's always there's always the constraints of this model, but we will try to make it, and there's gonna be new project, new ideas, specialization, and a lot of things. So be ready to be bombarded with a lot of information. But this one we will have 3 years to work, and I hope, finger crossed, that it's not so warm. It's also high. We cannot control the climate, so we're looking.
No, and just to make it clear, linking with EURAXESS prior, whatever you want to call it, it's a project for all EURAXESS members, not only for the beneficiaries. So just to make it clear, beneficiary or not, you're welcome joining us tomorrow.
Thanks.